All right, all right. So we are live. We are live. Welcome, 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 welcome. This is the final race of the midterm elections, and it is the help to determine the balance of power in the Senate. And here's why it's so important. Going into the elections, the Democrat had 50 senators, and the Republicans have 50. Well, during the midterms, the Democrat picks up one extra Senate senator. So they had one pickup. So right now it is 50 to 49 Democrat. Okay. And the very last race is a runoff between incumbent Representative Warnock and Herschel Walker, the outstanding football player. And as we continue the show, I'm going to tell you guys a little bit more about why that is so important. Uh, there were several, I would say, pretty significant bills that the Democrats wanted to put forth. For at that time, they had a complete rule of the government. They had the Senate was, of course, Democratic. It was 50-50, but of course, the vice president cast the final, the deciding vote in cases of a tie. And Camilla Harris had to actually Vice President Camilla Harris actually had to do that on a couple occasions. And then, of course, the House was then controlled by the Democrats, and Nancy Pelosi. She did her thing. Hey, listen, that woman put forth a lot of, if you are Democratic leaning, she put forth a lot of bills that really was very proactive, very helpful, and we're going to cover those bills that was put forth from the House to the Senate, but they were blocked in the Senate mainly by one. I repeat, one Democrat. In fact, the some of the pundits and CNN and others would say that it it was that one Democrat that was almost as powerful as the president. So, because of that one Democratic vote, they could not move along a lot of the agenda, some of the larger agendas in the Senate. And of course, if it would have passed the Senate and passed the House, then President Biden would have signed the bill. And we're going to talk about those legislatures. But here's what's nice about this: if the Democrats can pick up this one extra seat, well, guess what? That means that no one senator can hold up the show. They still would have the 50 vote. If they wanted to move some things down along along the party line, they would have had that cush, that extra cush that would have had them to be successful. So while the battle and control of the Senate is over, we know that the Democrats will control the Senate. Congratulations to them. Again, if you're Democratic leaning, that's a big thing. What we don't know is, will they have that one cush? That's why, that is why this runoff is so important. Because if it is another 50-50, then now again you have one senator, or maybe it's a well, let's call a spade a spade. Maybe that senator wants to exert power over his party so that he can get something else. Maybe he has some fundamental issues with a certain bill and feel that he doesn't have to go along with the party line. So either way, you have a situation where when you have 50-50 votes, 50 Democrats, 50 Republicans, and you have no bipartisan support, then you have one senator that really can hold up the show, really can hold up the show. And I remember when I believe Clinton had the uh oh Okay, guys. Looks like they have a key race alert. I'm gonna not gonna hold you guys to the monologue. Let's hop right into it. I think they have some results already. Maybe this is gonna be a short night. Let's take a look. Okay, so this seem to be early votes.
20 minutes. One big race tonight. That's fast counting, so that's impressive. When will you be done with it? Everything.
Well, I'm hopeful it will be much earlier than the general election because we didn't leave this office, myself, other board members, and of course our poll workers. We did not leave until after 3 a.m. But one big race, I'm hopeful that we will leave here prior to midnight.
And you're working tonight too. You're a board of 5, and you're throwing your hands at you're throwing the hat in the and work here.
Yeah, absolutely. We are a board of 5. A number of voters were recently appointed last July. Actually, in the background, you'll see one of our other board members there, but we are a working board. That's correct.
Jay, do you have any questions for Tori here while we have her?
I just wondered how the vote turned out. The vote turnout looked. If you look at this runoff from the early vote plus today compared to early vote and election day a month ago, whether she thinks the numbers will be similar or perhaps a little lower today.
So do you think the numbers will be similar to what we saw in November, just from what you're seeing so far today?
When you look at total numbers, I actually think, depending upon election day results or the numbers will actually be higher, and as much
higher. Wow.
Well, to the extent that we had record turnout for advance in-person voting, such that we had more individuals here in Cobb County as well as across the entire state that voted advance in person during the runoff, as opposed to the advanced in-person numbers during the general election.
And the last question I have, a tight turnaround for you guys. You had 9 weeks from the runoff last time. This time, 4 weeks. How are you guys doing?
We're hanging in.
All right, I appreciate it. Ready to go get back to work. Jake, John, I'll throw it back to you.
Please thank her for us for the hard work that she and all of the election workers do. It's so important. Let's go to David County now. Give us more perspective on the votes that are in so far.
Yeah, so here is the state of play at the moment. You see Raphael Warnock with 539,822 votes, Herschel Walker 435,004 votes. We think about 35% of the overall vote has been tabulated and is represented here. But here's what's important to pay attention to. How much of this vote that is in is that early vote that you and John are talking about, that pre-election vote, early in person, by mail vote? Well, right now our estimate is that 97% of all the votes you're seeing are early vote, pre-election vote. And we know that tends to favor the Democrat. What do we expect that to be at the end of the night in terms of the overall share? Well, we think the early vote, the pre-election vote, is only going to make up 55%. A slim majority of voters in this runoff will have cast their vote early, is our estimate. But again, right now, 97% of the votes you're looking at are early. That's going to come down to 55% as an overall share. When it does, that could benefit Herschel Walker if indeed he gets his election day turnout operation at the level that the campaign is looking at.
All right, David County, thanks so much. We're keeping a close watch on vote counting centers in key Georgia counties. A lot of ballots still to be tabulated and reported in this critical Senate runoff. More results ahead. We'll be right back.
All right. So early votes are in. We know that we tend to vote. We black and brown tend to vote and early. And so 1 second here. So we don't need to hear that commercial. And when it finished playing the commercial, we'll go ahead and add it back to the stream. So early votes are in. Warnock is in the Democrats are a little bit ahead of where everyone thinks that it should be. To me, that kind of made sense because you only have 2 candidates that you're focusing on, and they reduced the window for early voting in Georgia. They had a couple of bills that theoretically could have made it harder for voters to vote, and so the Democrats, as well as some Republicans, according to some reports, voted early and voted. It had a larger turnout. In fact, it had record turnouts. So that's a good thing. What we're going to do though is that we got to figure out if that early votes will carry the Democrat, or will Herschel Walker come back from behind? Because right now he's down. Well, we know that the Republicans tend to go to the polls and vote on election day. So that's it. That's the play between the Republicans and the Democrats. Black and brown vote early, get it in. Unless you're in Miami, you want to get to the polls early. If you're in Miami, them boys be out there all night. It's a party. It's a party. The polls will close at 8, 9. They out there 12, 1 o'clock. They doing their thing. They're doing their thing. They got chicken all out there and they got the music going. It's a party. It's a party. They be saying like, that's right. They be getting on. But this is Georgia. This is Atlanta. And we tend to go in and we'll get there early, do the absentee ballots, the walk in and do the window for voting early. And I got to, look, I do the same thing, guys. I do the same thing. I do not like the lines when I go and vote here in Tampa. I will go to the during the early voting stage and get in there. I'm in and out 10 minutes at most. My office is downtown. My voting precinct is within walking distance. So I get it. I definitely get it. But for this type of election, for the second runoff in the election cycle, I think that everyone, both parties, the Republicans and the Democrats, have learned how to play the game. So if you're going to vote early, they've learned how to do all the things that's necessary to cast that early vote. And then if you're going to show up on the day of, then you are going to cast the votes that are at that time on the day of. So let's see if they finished their commercial. See if we can get back to the show. No, they're still in commercial. Let's see if we have an update from one of the other channels.
Say what? I'll explain. Have Max Cool do an air duct sanitation.
So it looks like we're still in commercial, guys. And so I'm going to fill in with some of the reasons why a a runoff was necessary. In Georgia, you have to have 50% or more of the vote. So what you had Herschel Walker and Representative Warnock both receiving less than that 50% vote necessary. So that's why we had a runoff. This is again the second time in a cycle for a runoff. Looks like they're back from commercial. Let's go ahead and add them back and get the latest result. Here we go.
The officials told us that they had more than 70,000 in-person votes on election day today. I asked kind of to describe how they thought that was on their expectation. They called it a very healthy turnout. They noted that, yeah, it was very difficult to put together this 4-week runoff period, but they were very impressed by the turnout that they saw. We're looking at between the absentee ballots and, of course, the early in-person voting, more than 200,000 votes there before election day. They say that they expect to have all of those results in still tonight, election day, absentee and early ballots by midnight tonight. Jake, we expect most of the ballot deliveries to happen between 8 and 9 p.m. tonight because it's a process. You've got to go through, you've got to check, make sure everything is not just secure, but you dot your I's and cross your T's, and they've got to drive to this location. There's security at almost every single point personal security and also ballot security. When they come in here, I'm told they'll also be escorted by police as they're coming in here to go and upload it. You can't see the machine they're uploading it in, but it is at the back of this warehouse that I'm in here. They'll do that, and again, you'll see it right there on your screen as it comes up.
Thanks, Jake. And when we're listening to Diane talk about the early voting versus the voting today, makes me think of a conversation I had with a Republican who's working on this race, who was talking about the fact that it has been so frustrating for so many Republican operatives that they haven't been able to get out the vote early, that they can't match what Democrats are doing when it comes to absentee voting and when it comes to early voting. In all elections, but especially this one of the reasons is because they were totally outmatched when it comes to money.
Yeah, this is the second cycle now that Republicans have been dealing with this problem, and it's becoming an organizing issue. They're not able to, first of all, help people who want the convenience of being able to vote on their own time do that. They're not able to do that as effectively. And then the other reason is that once people have voted, then you could go and find the people who haven't voted and get them out. Now they're in a situation where the Monday before election day, they're praying that everybody gets up, leaves their home, goes out on election day and votes, and they do not have a backstop.
How many times have you heard from Republican operatives, either the RNC or elsewhere, over the years, many years, saying, we're going to work on this, we're going to change the way Republicans vote? And one of the reasons they have been stymied in that is because of Donald Trump.
Yeah, of course.
Because he spent so long saying, don't vote by mail, don't do early voting, and it really got into the bloodstream.
And this is really good. Things don't work out for Herschel Walker here. This is going to be one of the areas in which they will point fingers at their failure to get their early vote out, their failure to vote by mail, effectively to demonize the demagogue vote by mail. Kevin McCarthy, from what Republican leader on the House side is trying to push back against Donald Trump, at least in the last election cycle, not to say these things about vote by mail, but so much about this race too will be about, of course, where do suburban voters come down. A lot of the conservative voters in these suburbs, the Walker campaign wants to show that this is about Republican, getting a Republican seat. Ignore the flaws, ignore those concerns. We need another Republican as a check on Joe Biden. Warnock's campaign has all been about going after questions, raising questions about his character. And when I was in the Atlanta suburbs about a month before the election, interviewing Republican voters, that was one of the things that many of them were convinced that Walker simply was not qualified to do the job. That argument seemed to have worked with a number of Republican voters. Now, will that change from now until now? We'll see.
And Walker has had so much money to play with to amplify that message.
And you know what's so interesting? As you talk to even Democrats, they want to, they have been wanting Georgia to become a state. But even to this day, a lot of Democrats are not totally sure that that's what's quite going on here. And a lot of Democrats still think Georgia is kind of so state in terms of their chances of actually doing on a consistent basis there. But what has been happening over the last two cycles is that the Trump factor is very strong. This is a diversifying state where you have people moving into the suburbs, moving into the state from other parts of the country, younger people, people of color, not just Black people, but also Latinos and Asian voters as well. And that is creating conditions that are frankly hostile to Trumpism. There is a reason that, two very high-profile figures who pushed back on Trump won their elections handily. That's the governor, Brian Kemp, and also Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger. Voters in the suburbs of states like Georgia that are moving toward the purple category do not like the politics that has been represented by Trump. And the question tonight is Herschel Walker going to be hurt by that, or are some voters going to put that aside and say, okay, other things are more important. Maybe we do want to check on Trump.
All you need to do is look at the huge margins that both Governor Kemp and Brad Raffensperger won by. I mean, Raffensperger is the guy on the tape.
Yeah.
Donald Trump.
And so famous.
Exactly.
And yet they won.
And I was not here in the final days of the campaign because
They said, no, thank you, sir.
exactly, they realized that Trump was, when you look back at this election cycle, Trump was in Nevada late in the election cycle, he was in Pennsylvania late in the election cycle, they lost those races. The Walker campaign recognized that. They didn't want Trump there.
No, they didn't. But, another thing that I've heard a little bit of, concern about, a little Donald Trump, yes, they didn't want him to come in and campaign, but they would have liked some money from his super PAC, and that didn't happen. Because again, Raphael Warnock, a Republican, said to me today, they have not seen a candidate able to fundraise the way Raphael Warnock can in forever.
Yeah, well, if you're waiting for Donald Trump to hand over some money, you might be waiting for a long time. He is not one known to hand over the cash, especially not in a situation like this where he's not being embraced with open arms. But just for a moment on Raphael Warnock, I mean, it's not just Warnock. He is perhaps the ideal Democratic candidate for this state. He is pastoring Martin Luther King Jr.'s church. He is an authentic figure for the state. He is an organizer. He has the support of the party and has been a unifying figure for the party. But there has been, years and years of Democratic work on the ground in Georgia.
All right. So what it looks like is that, they're still waiting on some results to come in. And let's see what we have here. Let's see what they're doing at the polls here.
Votes came in, and it was a much larger vote total than we anticipated. And so we did some double checking, and with the system, the National Election Pool that provides the vote counting that you're seeing all night long to all the broadcast networks, what we discovered is there was a reporting error. It's a human being process.
Uh-oh.
So the reporter on the ground mistakenly reported the wrong numbers. Now you and John at the wall have the correct Cobb County numbers. You'll see a lower vote total overall than anticipated because we have double checked all of these numbers to make sure what is now in our system is indeed the Cobb County total that has been reported. And we just wanted to be transparent and clear with everyone at home who was tracking the vote while you guys were talking about Cobb County. That error in reporting from on the ground in Cobb County, again, feeds into the system that feeds these vote reports to all of the broadcast networks. That has now been corrected, and you have the current Cobb County vote total.
All right, David Shelling, thanks so much. So what is the actual number here, John? It's the county number we have so far, 67%, 33% of 3,525 to 21,736, a much smaller number here. And in the age we live in, everything should be triple and quadruple checked before it's fed into the system, just because of the conspiracies and the mistrust out there. This is the good number now. It has been solid. So what does that mean? That means Senator Warnock in the early vote in a key Democratic county has a big lead, right? So if we go back in time 1 month ago,
But I think they wanted a larger lead there. Oh, he is doing a little bit better with the third party candidate kind of sucking up some of the vote.
We expect Herschel Walker will get more competitive as election day votes come in. If Senator Warnock stays above 60% in Cobb County, he is most likely to be reelected. But again, we think this is about a quarter of the vote, somewhere around there. So we have a ways to go. So now you pull out the statewide, and what do you see since the last time we were here? Number one, you see a lot more of the map filling in. Again, predominantly the early vote. So even in these places, this is key for Herschel Walker. These are small rural counties, not a lot of people, but these are absolutely key for the Republicans, right? You see, this is Coffee County, which, you're going to make the joke with me, so I'll get ahead of you. It's next to Bacon County. As we walk through these, as we go through, it's very important. Let's see, 70%, right? 70%, if you round up, if you go back a month ago, he was just above 71%, a little bit more. It's key as we watch the rest of the night fill in. If this is predominantly early vote and Herschel Walker's running there.
Look at the reporting, guys. Some of those votes were 50% reporting already. Some of those precincts.
On election day, Republicans need to dominate. They need probably 60% of the election day vote, the votes cast today. And if you add up all of these counties, that's what you use to counter up here, because many more people live up here. Again, in Gwinnett County, Senator Warnock getting 69% so far. A month ago, he was 10 points below that. Again, this is early vote, right? This is early vote. So the Democrats are doing, the performance numbers look pretty solid in the percentages for the Democrats. The question is, as we get deeper in the night, we have a better understanding about the total turnout. Then you start running, what's the today vote? What's the early vote? And that's where it's competitive. Again, the Republicans believe enough voters turned out today for them to make up the difference. The question is, did 6 in 10 of them, somewhere in that ballpark, vote for Herschel Walker? We think we're at about 40% of the estimated vote, 147,000 vote lead, 10-point difference. We keep counting.
Anything can happen. Anything can happen. More than a third of the vote is in from Georgia. We're standing by for critical results from ballots that were cast today that could
change the race as it looks as of right now. We'll also get an update from the top Georgia election official.
All right, guys. So that's CNN. I'm going to switch over to Atlanta. I'm going to add the Atlanta stream. And we're going to see what's going on in Atlanta. All right, so this is the Atlanta Live. You can see that they have updated numbers here. Look like they're having a problem with their audio. We're not getting audio from them. All right. So we're not getting audio from them. Let's go back and let's see what CNN is doing here. Okay, so now they have the audio back. I'm going to add them back. Okay.
Can you hear
So
us?
I think they fixed
Yes,
their
I
audio.
can hear you.
Let's
Good
go,
evening.
Let's go
Oh,
live
good
with them.
evening. Good evening. This is certainly a very important evening. So let's just get right into that. The importance, Walker or Warnock, the power that they hold. What does this mean, and how important is this?
Well, it's important at two levels. Of course, for the voters of Georgia, they're voting for who they believe will be serving their best interests. And so that's what they're usually deciding on. That's what voters usually decide on. Who's going to be the elected official that works best for me and my interests. But outside of Georgia, however, the interests are quite different. And that is who will hold the levers of power and who will have the greater leverage. So for those of us outside, we're watching to see whether the Democrats will continue to hold their tiny lead and in the Senate, that is to say a 50-50 Senate, but leveraged only by the one vote of the vice president, or whether they will have a clear majority. So the interests are different for the voters of Georgia. They're different for those of us who are watching from the outside. Ultimately, of course, it will all boil down to the leverage of power in Washington. But tonight, I think the voters in Georgia are looking, so who's going to be doing the work that's best for me?
And certainly, whoever serves in this position is going to be in that position for the next 6 years. So, what does that mean down the line?
Well, if Herschel Walker wins, for instance, I would think that Senator Ossoff, the other senator from Georgia, will be thinking about, well, what does that mean for me? I'm up for election in 4 years. So he's going to be looking at the results and thinking clearly whether this puts him in a problematic situation down the road. If, of course, Warnock wins, then Ossoff will feel reassured and say that, although Georgia is a swing state, it's a swing state that can be relied on to vote democratically if all the pieces are put together correctly. So that's going to be something to watch for. Also, remember that in 2 years, another third of the Senate will be up for election. And so what you want to do going into any election cycle is to start off with a lead. So if the Democrats have 51 senators as a result of what comes out in the election tonight in Georgia, then they will feel a little bit more reassured in the election cycle that is going to occur in 2 years. And the Republicans will understand that they have a somewhat greater challenge. So it does have implications for the elections.
They're having problems with their sound.
It's
Let's go ahead and switch back to CNN. When they get their sound fixed, we'll hop back on. But yeah, they need to fix their sound. Let's add CNN back to the stream.
Particularly about these pre-election ballots, early vote.
Well, Jake, I can tell you there is strong optimism about the election day vote, but even Herschel Walker advisors and supporters know that will not be enough alone to defeat Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock. They spoke to a top Republican official here in Georgia, but it's really stark words about the Republican Party's view of early voting. This official tells me this: Republicans will just start winning here. We've got to get over the suspicion of early voting. Of course, no place more than Georgia has been really awash in these suspicions of early voting and election day shenanigans, etc. Really, since the November 2020 election, because of former President Donald Trump. But again and again, after election after election, elections that have been run very smoothly, these suspicions remain. So even though the Walker campaign worked very aggressively trying to get out this early vote, Herschel Walker did ads on this. Other Republican officials did as well. There is a sense that the early vote still has a dramatic benefit for the Democratic Party. So Republicans here believe that they must be much better in the early voting going forward. Of course, the campaign has in this race, lots of this race. Inside the strategy rooms here, I'm told that they were looking over results coming in from these rural urban counties. After they know that they have to pick up some of the difference here from the urban counties. And Jake, there is not the old optimism that there was a month ago on election night in November. We're at the College Football Hall of Fame. You can see behind me here, of course, this has been the basis of the Walker campaign, his football career, of course, at the University of Georgia, which has coincided with the Georgia Bulldogs, a very successful season so far this year. But this official tells me there is a path to make it a race, but that's as far as the optimism here goes.
All right, Jeff Zeleny, thanks so much. Let's go to Caitlin Collins now, who has strong feelings about the University of Georgia football team herself. She's on the ground in Atlanta. And Caitlin, you've been talking to the Republican governor, Brian Kemp, who has been trying to help Herschel Walker in this runoff. What are you hearing from Kemp's camp?
Yeah, I think Jeff Zeleny said that on purpose. He knew I was standing here. But it's fascinating what Jeff said about the early voting and what he's hearing from Republican officials on that. Because actually, when I was in Georgia in recent weeks interviewing Governor Kemp, I asked him about those Republican efforts from the Attorney General here, Republican officials in the state who pushed back on that.
All right, guys. So while they're filling in, they're doing fillers for some results. I'm going to emphasize the reason why this runoff is so important. If they come out with breaking news, I'm going to keep an eye on it on my monitor over here, and I'm going to cut into my monologue. But I want to cover why it is so important that if you are a Democrat and you are wanting to have more of a uh, liberal type of agenda, then the one senator is the difference between 51 and 50 is huge because one senator cannot stop the show. We know that if you're Republicans, the Republicans generally are not going to join in with the Democrats on some of these more liberal type of bills, and so you can forget about that. You can forget about that. They ain't in it. So now you have to start thinking about how I'm going to pass things along party lines. Now, this is a Democrat show. I'm sorry, this is a business show, not Democrat or Republican, but these bills, you should have that lens on. You should have that cap on and say, hey, listen, would this bill have helped me in my business? And one senator killed a lot of bills, and that senator name is Joe Manchin. Hold on a second. I'm going to get back to that. Looks like they have some type of breaking news. I'm going to go back and let's see what they have here.
The pace of the vote counting. When do you think we'll know the winner? Will it be tonight?
Again, and the voters vote for a reason. They have no idea what they do in those booths. And until the
counties like from Gwinnett and Fulton, the Republican county like Cherokee. So we're getting the votes in a pretty quick pace. We expect once we get to about the 2.5 million mark, it's probably going to slow down some. And it really depended on what is out and how the turnout was today. We got record turnout today, record turnout in the early voting, record mixture of absentee ballots. So we're very excited to vote. And one thing I'm very proud of and happy with all of our voters, who was discouraged from voting. Nobody said that the left side's already going to win, the left side's already going to lose. Everybody in Georgia wanted to get out and vote.
So you had record early voting in total, or just day-to-day early record total? Record early voting.
Now we had record early voting. We had record early voting for a midterm runoff, like with blue doors on that. We nearly had the number. Actually, we had more people vote early in the midterm runoff than voted the entire midterm runoff 4 years ago.
Oh wow! Now you said that that it also looks like Georgia in-person voting today. In-person voting probably beat the election day vote from November. Where was that? Was it all across the state in any specific counties?
Here's the frustrating thing from blue consultants and pundits out there is it's everywhere. There is no like dichotomy between the red counties and the blue counties. So there's no good way to say who's winning and who's losing on this thing, which I have to actually go through this torturous thing of actually counting the votes.
Do you know approximately how many total ballots were cast in this runoff election, both the early vote and in-person election day vote?
With the numbers we have, we're looking at close to 3.3 million, which is really much more than any of the pundits or consultants expected, and even us as election professionals. This is because we're nearly number election, which is really huge.
Gates, Charlie, John King, appreciate. Machine blue.
Can you hear me now? Okay, guys, I'm sorry about that. There is, I'm hearing it now. All right, so as I was saying, Joe Manchin is responsible for killing a lot of progressive bills that he either voted against or indicated to the leadership that he would vote against. So one of these bills, and I'm showing you 6 widely popular proposals that Senator Manchin single-handedly killed. Okay, so one of these bills was, and before I talk about the bills, I wanted to state again that it's just, you may not have heard me, that because most of these bills would go along party line. That is, the Democrats would vote one way and the Republicans would vote the other way. That if one Democratic senator decide that they are not going to vote for that bill, then that bill is dead because it's unlikely that any Republicans will vote for a liberal bill. Okay, so that's why having 51 votes is so important, because that 51st vote is if one senator decide that, hey, listen, I am not going, for whatever reason, I'm not going to vote for this bill, then we can still move it along party lines because we still have 50 votes. Okay, we still have that 50 votes, and if it's a tie, let's say he votes against it, then it's still 50-50, and then the vice president can cast her vote in favor of the bill, and the bill moves along. That's the reason why so much money was part of this Georgia runoff, because it would give the Democrats that 51st vote. So if Joe Manchin says, hey, listen, I don't like this bill, then they can say, okay, well, we're not going to make any provisions. We're not going to water down the bill. We'll just move it along and hope that no other Democratic senator votes against the bill. That is what's on the line tonight. The Democrats have control of the Senate. That's a fact. And congratulations. They have control of the Senate. But what they don't have is that cush. And that's what they're looking for. They're looking for a cush. So let's continue on and see what we have here. The first bill that let me add it back to the stream. All right, the first bill that he killed, and these are bills that he killed basically single-handed. He said that, hey, listen, I'm not going to vote for the bill for whatever reason. The first one was ending spam calls about your car warranty. Now, I'm sure that you guys have been, especially on Saturday, they seem to be on Saturday, wake you up and they say, hey, listen, I am going to I'm calling you because your warranty has expired, or your warranty is about to expire, and if you pay this, whatever that fee is, we can extend your warranty. Well, guys, those are spam calls. Those are spam calls. So when someone says, hey, listen, your warranty's up, they don't even know what kind of car you have. I have a Tesla. Okay, they call me and say, my warranty's up, and I'm thinking to myself, well, that's covered for 10 years, and I've only had the car 3 years. So again, don't believe it. Don't believe the hype. They had a bill on the floor, and this senator, Joe Manchin, killed it. Single-handedly killed him. All right, so that was one. Another bill giving every American a free chocolate chip cookie. Well, that's kind of secondary. Banning Christmas music, retracing. Let's see. Let's get to one of the. Okay, so the first one was one of the more one of the. This article here, it looks like it is a little bit of the old, and I'm going to get you guys a new auto. I know right now that he killed the PPP bill and some other bills that was was pretty doggone important. So let's go ahead and let's see let's check in with Atlanta to see where we are there, to see if there's any changes there, and then we'll go and swing back around to CNN and see what's going on there. Let's pull up the Atlanta feed and let's take a look at it. Looks like they are having a monologue. Let's see what we got here in Atlanta.
Gives you a little bit of an idea why Senator Warnock fought so hard, even going to court, to get more of those early voting days, to get last Saturday after Thanksgiving, an early voting day, because historically speaking, it's the Democrats that do better in early voting. Why is that?
Well, they can do better. They particularly do better with mail-in voting. Historically, mail-in voting was a major way that Republicans did well in elections. Generally, it was reserved for older people who also were quite Republican.
Yeah.
That's changed in the habits and the methods of voting now, particularly in the 2020 election cycle. So
let me just stop you there, because it was former President Trump
yes,
who came out and basically created a cloud of suspicion over the idea of early voting.
that's right.
And so that is something that has sort of depressed Republican turnout for early and mail-in voting.
Yes, President Trump was very open about wanting people to vote in other methods other than mail, which particularly hurt here in Georgia because so many people were voting by mail at the time. So yes, one could say that it was, in some states it may help, in others it may not. There are a lot of people, in fairness, who question the accuracy of mail voting, voting by mail. There are a number of people.
Is there a reason to do that?
Well, there might be some technical reasons for that, based on some errors that have been made in the past. But the question now is, now that we're here in 2022.
All right, so this guy sounds like he's definitely
locked up early.
a Republican-leaning type of conspiracy type of
that
guy,
might have depressed turnout,
and he's
and if
getting
people
pushed
had
back
banked
from the
their
other
vote
guy.
early,
Let's
it would have
continue. Let's see what
helped
else he
their
has to say.
candidates.
Let's see what else he's saying.
Democrats voted in
See if he's
heavier
gonna hang
numbers
himself.
early and particularly in mail, it looks like so far.
We're talking with Mark Roundtree, who's with Landmark Communications. It's a Republican firm that helps Republican candidates who are running for office. Landmark also does analytical polling that is nonpartisan, and that we have been using here at Atlanta News First in order to get a sense leading up to today about how the electorate was falling. And so now we're getting these raw vote totals that are coming in, and I'm just looking down at the screen here with 49% of votes counted right now. Raphael Warnock, let me see if I can punch these numbers up. Thanks, Maria. So Raphael Warnock, let's take a look at these numbers, Mark, and tell me what you see. He's got 52.2% to
Yes.
Herschel Walker's 47.8%. It's still early. Not even half of the votes have been counted. So there are a lot of votes still out there. But what do these numbers tell you if you are a Herschel Walker supporter?
Well, it's still a dogfight, if you excuse the term.
Sure.
So it is still a dogfight. And
He's a former Bulldog,
that's
so
right.
sure. We can
And
do
so
that.
am I. Georgia Bulldogs, go Dogs.
Go Dogs.
But so right now it's 52 to 48. What we're seeing as a general trend is that in some of the smaller counties, there's a very high rate of return in some of the rural counties. In some counties, in Rabun County, in Brantley County, in Southeast Georgia, in some of the surrounding counties there, when all votes have been counted in just a few dozen of the counties right now, there's still a lot of votes coming in. So when all counties have, when a county has cast all of its ballots, we can compare it to the previous election. And it appears that return is quite high in rural counties so far. That should help Herschel Walker.
And that would be good news for Herschel Walker.
That's right.
Okay, as we look at Raphael Warnock here and the amount of money spent on this campaign, and Raphael Warnock was the biggest spender We take a look at
Fair
the votes that he has been able to accumulate after spending all of that money. Do you think right now, at least with these early totals, that was money well spent?
All right,
Well,
guys. So
is there bad money
that's the
spent on
advantage of
politics?
bouncing
I don't-
between different channels, is that it gives you a broader perspective on what people are talking about. I'm going to go ahead and add the CNN people back here in a little bit, but I want to go back and cover Joe mentioned. Is that I was told that there were some audio issues that you didn't get a chance to hear my monologue about Joe, and so I'm going to add to the screen here his background. We're going to talk a little bit about him. He bills himself as the hometown guy. Let's add him in. Let's take a look at it. Okay. So, U.S. Senator, looks like he was elected in November to the Senate in November 2010. He picked up a vacant seat for the late Robert Byrd, Senator Byrd, and born in and raised in a small coal mining town here in Farmington, West Virginia. He grew up learning values of all West Virginians, working hard, that type of thing. As a small business owner, he learned firsthand from his grandfather, Papa Joe, who was an Italian immigrant and the town grocer, to the importance of serving the public. So early on, he had a desire to serve the public. From skipping on down, it says from his days as a state legislator to his 6 years as governor to his current role, Senator Manchin has always been committed to his philosophy of retail government. In other words, connecting with all of his constituents and making service to them his top priority. So again, supposedly everything that he is involved with is colored with this wanting to do good for his constituents, and we're going to talk about that. We're going to talk about these things that he voted against that was on the liberal agenda. Did that really work in favor of his constituents? If you look at his voting record here, they're covering what are some of the things that he voted yes for. I'm going to want to cover some of the things that he did not vote for or voted no for, because again, if you're working among party lines, if you are not voting along that party line, and there's a good chance that you are not going to get any help from a Republican, then that bill is dead. It doesn't come up to vote, because what happens is that the majority leader doesn't want to put on a bill that is flawed, that everyone knows is not going to be voted and is going to die. So that's kind of egg in the face, and so no one's going to put up a bill for that. I'm going to go back to the Atlanta broadcast. Let's see if they have anything new to talk about, or are they just still talking about the filler information here?
We'll have to
them
watch
to the
exactly what happens as we continue. Let's take a look again at these latest results. We're now over the 50% threshold. So with 51%, more than half of the votes counted, Senator Warnock is holding a slim lead. We knew this was going to be tight, and it looks like that is actually what's happening. Mark Roundtree, thanks so much with Landmark Communications. I'm Rick Fulbaum. Keep it right here on Atlanta News First, on our streaming platform, and also on television. We'll have.
All right, let's go back to CNN and let's see what CNN has here. Looks like they have some new information in. Let's bounce back to CNN and see where we got.
still mostly what you're seeing early vote, but we're beginning now. We're somewhere around 12, 13, 14% of what you see in the total vote count is election day vote, and that number's changing as I'm speaking because these counties, especially these smaller rural counties, start counting their votes. So is Herschel Walker running it up in places like Coffee County? Not a ton of votes there, right? You have 6,000 votes there, but 69, 70%. That's what he needs to do in this swath of bread that you see, the small rural counties. Run it up on election day to offset what you're seeing up here. And let's just wander through some of these. When we're talking to Gabe Sterling, he mentioned Fayette County as one of his favorite sort of swing counties or bellwether counties to watch. At the moment, about half of the vote counted here. Senator Warnock is at 59%. This county, Herschel Walker carried a month ago. Now, again, what we're seeing here now, this is a month ago. This is now. This is predominantly early vote. So we'll see if it holds up. Which is one of the places on the map you look at because they can swing sometime in close elections. Here's another one for me over here in Jefferson County. This is a tiny county. This is a really small county population-wise. Why do I like to look at this? Because you have Augusta in the suburbs, then you come out here. Warnock carried this a month ago, but as a governor's race, I can't narrowly carry this. It's just one of the small places that swings back and forth. If you look to the map, the close race, look for clues. Sorry, let me come back. Warnock to a month ago. Warnock carried that one just barely. It's a very competitive. So you look, he gets just over 50 in the governor's race. The governor Republican gets just over 50. So this was the ultimate of the swing counties, if you will.
It is a bellwether. That's a real bellwether.
Yeah, and it's a tiny population center, but it's just a place you look at because it swings back and forth. So where are we now? Make sure I'm in the right place. Yes. 37. It was 40. It just went down even more. You have a 2-point race now as you watch the votes come in. And that's just the count. We're just getting more and more of the counts as you come around. So let's see where we are in the more populated areas. Fulton County is the best. We think it's an estimate, 55% of the vote there. Warnock above 80%. That's where you need to be. That's where you need to be if you're in Fulton County, the biggest Democratic area. You move over to Cobb County, 67%. But look at that. That's a low number. This is the early vote that came in early, and it's been pretty stuck there as we wait for more votes for Cobb County. Douglas County up to about 84%. This needs to be big for the Democrats. You just do the loop around. This will get you back to Fulton. Then you come up to Gwinnett here and DeKalb here, and you're just looking at the margins. The margins, as we speak, are in the ballpark of where Senator Warnock would need them to be at the end of the night. The challenge is we're not at the end of the night. And if you're in the Walker campaign, knowing that you're beginning to get more of the election day vote, but this is still disproportionately early vote, you're happy with that because you're counting on today. Now, that's what they were counting on. What we don't know, and what it'll take another couple hours to sort out, is the Warnock campaign also was well aware. A smaller period of early voting, a shorter period to get mail ballots and turn them around. A lot of people say they requested mail ballots and they either came late or didn't get them. Was the Warnock campaign successful of turning its vote out today? And we'll see that when we start to get the day of vote up in the Atlanta suburbs, in Augusta, in Columbus, down here in Savannah, where you have traditionally Democratic areas. That will be the test of the next couple hours as we get more of the election day vote. Was the Warnock campaign more competitive than the Walker campaign wanted it to be today? And that's the fascinating part. That is a race. We have a ways to go.
What can you tell me in terms of where are we waiting for the most outstanding vote?
Sure. Well, let's take a look now again as you watch. So the bigger the circle is you're waiting for more. The color is who's leading in that area right now. No guarantee those leads stay. But you see most of the vote is up here in Atlanta and the suburbs around it. And at the moment, Senator Warnock is leading in those areas. So if you're just looking at that, you're a Democrat, you think, okay, most of the outstanding vote is here and we're leading. That's a source of optimism. I will say, I understand that, but you're leading because they've counted most of the early votes so far, or you have to see what happens in the election day vote. The Republicans believe they will win, and overwhelmingly so, in the election day vote. We will see if they are right. That's what they need. They know they need to win that because of the early vote. But you see these pockets up here. Again, we talked earlier about Atlanta and the suburbs, and then you get up more to the ex-urban areas. That's where we are up here. These red circles right north of Atlanta, that's where we are here. More Democratic votes out here. And still, there's small circles in these small red counties, but as we've learned, they can add up. So if you come in and you turn that off and you look at where we are again, most of this state is going to be red.
Just narrow it again, 31,000 votes. Warnock only have 31,000 votes with 57% of the estimated vote accordingly.
So this is where we go. And we're going to have a couple hours of this. You're going to get, a couple hundred votes here, a couple thousand votes there, and you watch it all play out. And, in a short period of time, I know this is what he's working on with his team all night, David Challen will be able to tell us, I guess, the percentage of the key thing is what happens to the lead as the percentage of the election day vote starts to catch up. We have the early vote. Most of what we're seeing here is the early vote, but as we've been having a conversation, I said it was around 12 or 13% of what we were seeing is election day vote. I am certain in
a couple of minutes we've been talking, even that percentage has gone up, which is why Walker's getting closer. The question is, is it enough?
And as you recounted for us a month ago, it started with a Warnock lead, and then Walker took lead, and then they went back and forth. They seesawed back and forth until ultimately Warnock ended the night with a slight lead over Walker. We don't know what's going to happen. I would not be surprised if we had the seesaw again tonight, back and forth, only 29,519 votes ahead. Right now, at 58% estimated in right now. It's all up to the vote counters. Now, we're standing by for updates from the key counties that will decide the Senate runoff as it gets tighter and tighter and tighter. More results after this quick break. Stay with us.
All right. So while they're breaking for a commercial, I'm going to add to the stream here. One of the major accomplishments that the Democrats put forth was the Build Back Better bill, and this was one of the bills that was killed by Senator Manchin. So let's talk. I'm going to roll a tape on it. We're going to take a look at the bill, and then we're going to have some discussion as to, if you were a liberal, why this was a big deal. Why this bill was a big deal, and it was killed by the good senator. Let me add it to the stream. Here we go.
Getting the in-laws together for Christmas can be a teensy
All right, let's get past the commercial here. And when we're there, we're going to go back to it. Again, about the Build Back Better bill, it was a huge bill that had some, to be fair, it had some flaws, but it also had a lot of promise. I'm going to go back here.
Virginia has just said he is a no on cornerstone legislation, Build Back Better. Take a listen.
I cannot vote to continue with this piece of legislation. I just can't. I've tried everything humanly possible. I can't get there.
You're done. This is a no.
This is a no on this legislation. I have tried everything I know to do.
Joining us now exclusively to react, the man managing the legislation.
All right, so I'm going to go back here a little bit. I'm going to rewind that, and I want you guys to look at what station what TV station this guy is talking to. You decide.
Breaking news this morning, Senator Joe Manchin of West Virginia has just said is a no on President Biden's cornerstone legislation, Build Back Better. Take a listen.
I cannot vote to continue with this piece of legislation. I just can't. I've tried everything humanly possible. I can't get there.
You're done. This is a no.
This is a no on this legislation. I have tried everything I know to do.
Joining us now exclusively to react, the man managing the legislation, Senate Budget Committee Chairman Bernie Sanders of Vermont. So Senator Sanders, Chairman Sanders, Senator Manchin says he can't get there. This is a no. He's tried everything. What's your reaction?
Well, I think he's going to have a lot of explaining to do to the people of West Virginia, to tell them why he doesn't have the guts to take on the drug companies and lower the cost of prescription drugs, why he is not prepared to expand home health care. West Virginia is one of the poorest states in this country. You got elderly people and disabled people who would like to stay at home or forced into nursing homes. He's going to have to tell the people of West Virginia why he doesn't want to expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and eyeglasses. I've been to West Virginia a number of times, and it's a great state, beautiful people, but it is a state that is struggling. And he's going to have to tell the people of West Virginia why he's rejecting what the scientists of the world are telling us, that we have to act boldly and transform our energy system to protect future generations from the devastation of climate change. You know, what's going on now, Jake, in Washington is the big money interests are pouring hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars.
So all these major initiatives was part of this bill that just one senator One senator. Now remember, the Republicans, they was a no, a hard no. They didn't even have no parts of the bill. So they needed all 50 Democrats to vote for the bill. So there's one senator for West Virginia said no, kill the bill. And so now I'm going to rewind and we're going to go back to all of the things that were in this bill because it really, really, really encapsulate how important this race is. Because if one senator decides that, hey, listen, I don't want to be part of the bill, it's dead. It's dead. So I'm going to go back. We're going to go and one more time, we're going to look at what was in this Build Back Better bill and how Senator Manchin single-handedly killed it.
Cover dental, hearing, and eyeglasses. I've been to West Virginia a number.
Rewind it here a little bit more. So we're going to go back to just past his Fox News exclusive that he gave to Fox. And let's roll the tape.
So Senator Sanders, Chairman Sanders, Senator Manchin says he can't get there. This is a no. He's tried everything. What's your reaction?
Well, I think he's going to have a lot of explaining to do to the people of West Virginia to tell them why he doesn't have the guts to take on the drug companies and lower the cost of prescription drugs.
All right, I'm going to pop in because we have some breaking news on CNN. Let's take a look at it. Surprisingly, here we go, guys. Walker pulls ahead.
Warnock with 49.6% of the vote, and now Walker is up 20,000 votes, and it is a 1-point race. Let's go to Eva McKen at Warnock headquarters, and Eva, I'm giving on the screen behind you that all the voters there are watching. I'm giving the bad news that their candidate is now trailing.
Well, despite that, Jake, I would describe the mood here as still pretty upbeat. I think that the campaign has always said that they knew this race is going to be incredibly close. Listen, a trio of faith leaders just left the stage of all different faiths, and they talked about how this room tonight was a celebration of the New South, a celebration of diversity. Senator Warnock made his faith really central to his argument for re-election, arguing that he is a pastor in the Senate, not just a senator.
ATL, stand up.
Sure is, Jake, and we're back here with our friends and reporters. Jamie, nice to see you. Welcome. Hi. We've been talking to our sources as we've been watching John and Jake at the wall. What are you hearing from yours?
So I was actually laughing when John said the seesaw because just minutes before Herschel Walker pulled ahead, a source on the Walker campaign texted me that he was pessimistic about how they were doing. So, and said, quote, "We aren't hitting the rural numbers and Warnock is overperforming in metro areas." So we don't know. It's, this goes back to what we've been saying all day. Let's wait and but I will say I spoke to sources on Herschel Walker's campaign last night. They were not optimistic about what was happening today, but then you see him pull ahead. Maybe that.
They're very much focused on some of what John was showing at the wall, which is the northern parts of Atlanta, about getting votes out in a very big way there. That's what they're focused on to balance out other parts where Raphael Warnock is doing quite well, the way he did in November.
Yeah, I mean, if they're looking at where the results are right now, a lot of these red counties are almost tapped out. They've mostly come in, and Walker is leading, but perhaps not by as much as he needs to in order to win. And remember, we came into this runoff.
So that's the key, guys. We want to look at where the votes are coming from and the percentage of votes that is still outstanding.
We really do have to say, let's just hit pause on this for a second, because as John and Jake just walked through, the votes, the huge buckets of votes are still very much outstanding, and that's why this early lead that Herschel Walker has taken in the moment is not necessarily going to be something that is a relief to a lot of Republicans, because they're looking at all those other red, that sea of red. A lot of those counties are already at 95%.
Yeah, I mean, Republicans messaging went similarly. Vote left around the Atlanta area as well. So this result can certainly change. But if Walker does pull off a win here, it would be a very significant upset, because the view among the Republican establishment and everybody down in Georgia who's following this race is they thought that Walker had very little chance of pulling this off. This would be a huge shot in the arm for Republicans if he were to pull off this upset, even though it doesn't change the balance of power in the Senate. But nevertheless, as Republicans acknowledge here, there's a lot more vote to count.
Yeah, a lot more vote to count. And but the fact that it is that Republicans are seeing, again, this is early. We're not even close to done covering and counting the vote. But the fact that they have that image on the screen right now is giving them a glimmer of hope. And despite the reality and the realistic numbers.
Okay. All right. So they said that the Atlanta vote is still outstanding. Let's cut to Atlanta and the news report in Atlanta. Let's see what they're saying. And then we'll swing back around to CNN to pick up the coverage from there. So let's see if we can get back to Atlanta. See what they have to say.
Confidence at the headquarters, right where you're standing.
Yeah. Yeah, you're exactly right. A wave of confidence. But speaking of just this repeat energy, we know back in November, something similar was happening. We saw the early votes would come in, and then Warnock would be in the lead. And then later that night, Walker, the numbers going up for him. So we do expect some kind of teetering back and forth all night. It's just too close to call. It will certainly be a nail biter. But yeah, a wave of confidence in this room right now. We just had some Beyonce playing. They've got the cha-cha slide going now. It's high energy, to say the very least.
I gotta say, Sierra, we were looking at the recent poll numbers here. I'll pull them up on the screen. Walker, for the first time tonight, taking a lead. Have you seen any reaction to that? I mean, now we're looking at 51% going to Herschel Walker to Raphael Warnock's 49%.
No, I mean, the crowd has steadily been cheering, even though Walker took that lead a few minutes ago. The supporters here were watching the screens county by county, still cheering, still excited. You know, people expect to hang out here for many more hours to come. They don't plan on leaving, and they know it's going to be one of those races that keeps them on the edge of their seat. But like I said, these pastors came through praying that Warnock will prevail, and these supporters think that's exactly what will happen.
Still hear me?
Check them
All
up,
right,
up,
awesome.
up.
I hear some.
Okay, so we cannot have music playing. Huge copyright strike here in huge YouTube no having music playing, copyright strike. So we're gonna have to end that real quick. Let's switch back here to CNN and see what they're saying, and then we'll get back when the music is not playing. Look like we have some election results here. Let's go ahead and that is a commercial. So I'm going to swing back to Joe Manchin and his killing of the Build Back Better plan bill. It was very, very, very popular, very, very, very promising. And the reason why is because at that time, we had control of the House, the Senate, and the presidency. We don't have that anymore, guys. So I'm not sure we have the opportunity, at least for 2 years, to have something like this pass. Because, again, the Republicans have control of the House, and it's basically a bill like this is dead on arrival unless it's tied to some type of continuation bill or a debt limit, some type of relief or for tax relief or something like that they want. Republicans want. Let's go. See what we got.
Why he is not prepared to expand home health care. West Virginia is one of the poorest states in this country. You got elderly people and disabled people who would like to stay at home or forced into nursing homes. He's going to have to tell the people of West Virginia.
Starts the conversation.
Reaction. There, this is a no. He's tried everything. What's your reaction?
Well, I think he's going to have a lot of explaining to do to the people of West Virginia to tell them why he doesn't have the guts to take on the drug companies and lower the cost of prescription drugs, why he is not prepared to expand home health care. West Virginia is one of the poorest states in this country. You got elderly people and disabled people who would like to stay at home or forced into nursing homes. He's going to have to tell the people of West Virginia why he doesn't want to expand Medicare to cover dental, hearing, and eyeglasses. I've been to West Virginia a number of times, and it's a great state, beautiful people, but it is a state that is struggling. And he's going to have to tell the people of West Virginia why he's rejecting what the scientists of the world are telling us, that we have to act boldly and transform our energy system to protect future generations from the devastation of climate change. You know, what's going on now, Jake, in Washington is the big money interests are pouring hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars to make sure that we continue to pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs, that the rich do not start paying their fair share of taxes. And I would have hoped at least 50 Democrats on board who have the guts to stand up for working families and take on the lobbyists and the powerful special interests. We have no Republicans support. Not one Republican in the United States Senate or the House, for that matter, is prepared to stand up to the drug companies or the insurance companies or the wealthy. I would hope we would have had 50 Democrats. But if that is the case, then I hope that we will bring a strong bill to the floor of the Senate as soon as we can and let Mr. Manchin explain to the people of West Virginia why he doesn't have the guts to stand up.
All right. So I think this particular bill they did bring to the floor, and his vote was on record. And sure enough, he did vote against it. But let's continue on.
up the powerful special interests.
Oh, so you want to vote on it no matter what, even if.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right, so that was a very popular bill.
The new Chase
that
Inc.
was
Business Premier
killed
Card is made for people like
in,
Sam who make
everyday products designed smarter, like a smart coffee grinder that orders fresh beans for you.
Oh, genius. For more breakthroughs like
I
that,
need a breakthrough card.
like ours, with two.
Let's have some. Okay, we killed that feed. All right, so that was the Build Back Better bill that was killed by one vote, one Democratic senator vote. And let's go back and circle back around to Atlanta. Hopefully, there's no music now. And let's see what this reporter is saying with respect to what's going on in Atlanta, ATL.
Yeah, there was absolutely a shift in the mood in here. And like I mentioned, as the supporters were starting to come in, they were very excited. And then when there was that moment in time where Walker had that lead, you could hear the cheering from those supporters when they saw those numbers up on the screen.
Now, Yasmina, we are having a bit of trouble
We have a
hearing.
key race alert on CNN. So let's switch back. Let's see what CNN is talking about. Okay, it looks like Warnock retakes the lead.
day vote will be less Democratic. The question is, how much so, right? The question being, is Herschel Walker running as Herschel Walker a month ago, or is he running closer to Brian Kemp a month ago? Let me explain. Let's use Gwinnett. This is where we are right now. If you look out here and just pull out to show you the lead has now shrunk to 3,900 votes. I just want to pull that out.
Oh my goodness.
Welcome to the seesaw. We're going to go through this, right?
0.2%.
Right. So that means more votes are coming in. And again, just to Pam's point and to your question, more election day votes are being counted everywhere. And as that happens, the Republicans do better in the election day vote. And in these red counties, they do much better. The question is, are there enough of them? But just use Gwinnett as an example. Herschel Walker's getting 33 or 34% if you want to round that up right now. But a month ago, he had 39%, which tells you we're still waiting to count election day votes. To your point, Republicans do better in the election day vote. But if he gets 39% again tonight, that may not be enough, because if you look in the governor's race, Brian Kemp gets 44%. So he loses the county, but he's much more competitive. And you see that all around Metro Atlanta. You see it in Fulton County, you see it in DeKalb, you see it, everywhere you go. You see it in Cobb over here, you see it in Fayette, you see it in Douglas, you see it in Clayton. On all of those counties, Brian Kemp lost, but ran competitively. And then Brian Kemp wins all this. So that's Herschel Walker's problem right now. Is he, as we get more, as we move away, this is early vote, right? Can Herschel Walker move in Cobb County up from 35% closer as we get through it right here? Because look at that, 1,600 votes right now, 50-50, as you look at the race, as more votes come in. So again, disproportionately, the votes are still out here, but if you look at the raw map at the moment, doesn't get much closer than that.
Pick a Republican county for me, just any Republican county. I want to try and experiment. So this is Cherokee County, one of the biggest Republican counties.
Right.
All right, so Herschel Walker has 68.8% of the vote with 80% in. Compare this to how he did a month ago, and then tell me how Brian Kemp did a month ago.
All right, so 1 month ago, Herschel Walker got the same, 68%, right? He's a little above today, right? So if you round that up, he's at 69. Again, we have a ways to go still. So we'll see, but it's 69 now. He was at 68 a month ago, and Governor Kemp was at 74. I mean, that's the difference. So we were just talking about how Brian Kemp was competitive in the suburban Democratic counties. Brian Kemp also was stronger in Republican counties. And so that is the defining question. With Kemp's involvement in the runoff, when we get to the final numbers here, in these Republican exurbs, right? So you come over here, you have Bartow County, it's much smaller. But then you come over here, Cherokee County, this is some serious math, 2.5% of the state population. Then you get here to Forsyth County, the 8th largest county. So you have two large Republican exurban counties here where Brian Kemp ran fantastically well. And Herschel Walker ran well, but not as strong.
And look, Herschel Walker's now taking
in the race for the margins, we're walking to the seesaw as it comes in. And so as you go up now, and we say we're at 76%, and again, I'm going to keep checking this to ask, where are we still looking? And yes, Herschel Walker has taken the lead. If you're in the Democratic campaign quarters, you say,
calm down,
let's be calm, let's wait, let's check in an hour when we get more of these votes.
The story of this race, 50-50, only 2,288 votes ahead, but the Republican Herschel Walker taking the lead again in the seesaw. Started off with Warnock on top, then we had Walker on top, then we had Warnock on top, then we have Walker on top. Again, it's going back and forth. David Chalian, you have some information for us at the Battleground Fest.
Jake, we're going to try to break down the vote here by voting method. Okay, so what we've done here, if you look, what you see is that if you look at just mail vote, that is an overwhelmingly favorable category for Raphael Warnock. He's winning it by 30 percentage points. And there's still, look here, 23.6% uncounted mail votes. Now, we think mail is the smallest portion of the vote overall. But let me add in now this early in-person vote. Here is a critical vote for Warnock. He's leading the early in-person vote, much of what we see in the vote boards that you're looking at with John, by 9.4%. How much of that is left to count? Well, most of it is counted. Only about 9.5% of that early in-person vote is left to be counted, but that is a good category for Warnock here. And again, I just want to say, if you add up both the early in-person and the mail, we think that's a majority of the vote. We expect that pre-election vote to be about 55% of the overall vote when the votes are counted. Those are strong Warnock categories. But here's the thing. The election day vote, Herschel Walker is currently winning by 32.8 percentage points.
Wow.
Left to be counted. We are still still waiting on roughly 64% of the election day vote statewide. Now, I just want to say, if you look, let me highlight Walker here. If you look at that lead, 32.8% of Walker has the election day vote. If you look back in November, Walker won the election day vote by about 15 points. So right now, that is a much bigger margin of victory, meaning it's mostly rural, deep Republican areas that is giving him that big margin. This is why, as you guys are saying, we have to wait to see what that election day vote looks like from those big populous Democratic counties in the Atlanta area to see if that margin of victory for Walker narrows, or if he can keep this big election day vote victory that may help him keep this 0.2% current lead that he has in the race, guys.
And right now, 76% in. Herschel Walker up 50.1% to Raphael Warnock's 49.9%. That's a difference of 0.2%. Herschel Walker just 3,093 votes ahead.
Yeah, and so it's about as close as you get in a state. Remember, the Republican governor had a blowout victory just a month ago. Herschel Walker came in second in that race, which is why we're in this runoff. But this is an incredibly competitive state, one of the most tug-of-war states, if you will, in American politics right now. And so as you wait, David just made the key point. Herschel Walker in the election day vote counted so far, most of it in these red rural counties, he's running it up. And that's what he needed to do. He's running it up. He's running. If he keeps that percentage, he's the next senator from Georgia. The question is, does he keep that percentage as we get in the election day vote counts here? Because what we're getting in Atlanta and the suburbs around it so far is just the early vote. And again, we're going to come back to this because it's a helpful tool for us in the live outstanding vote. In the votes still to be counted. That's why I have that circle, right? Again, we don't know how Herschel Walker did in predominantly Democratic areas, Atlanta and the suburbs around it, Cobb County, Gwinnett County, DeKalb County, Douglas County, Fayette County, all around in here. There's more as you go through Clayton County. We don't know how he did today, but he has to keep a big lead in the election day turnout, and that's the challenge for the next couple of hours as we get those votes. The early votes are counted. Now we're going to get the election day votes. 922 votes. 922 votes. It's a competitive state. It's a wild race. We'll keep counting.
All right, the Senate runoff is keeping everyone on the edge of their seats with about 3/4 of the votes in right now. We're going to get an update on where the ballots are still being counted from a key Georgia election official, Gabe Sterling. That's after this quick break. We'll be right back.
All right, so they're going to break, and what we're going to do is we're going to check in with Atlanta to see where we are with the results coming in at Atlanta. Again, for the most part, Atlanta has not been fully reported, and we have a larger precinct. You're going to have some delays here, but let's go to Atlanta and see what we have here.
Down to Florida line, a number of these counties have tallied all of their votes now. But the big counties, both the big Republican counties on the north side of Atlanta and the big Democratic counties right at the heart of Atlanta, they still have a lot of things to tally.
Oh, they still having problems with their
I know
sound.
where you are. You're actually really close to two of the counties that we're still waiting on, which are Dodge and Wilkinson County. Can you share with me a little bit about their history? What candidate do we expect they might support?
Well, those counties have, over the last several years, several election cycles, have been Republican counties. So I think we'd expect that they would come in for the Republicans. Another county in that general area, which looks like is narrowly flipped, is Baldwin. It went very, very narrowly for Herschel Walker back in November. Right now, it looks like it's maybe by equally narrow margin, may have gone for Reverend Warnock.
Wow. So can you share with me, you have written books on some of Georgia's runoffs. Being a part of this one while we're in the middle of some of these results pouring in, what has caught your eye? What is so interesting about this?
Yeah, what we're seeing, at least what I'm seeing in the counties that have tallied almost all of their votes, is there's very, very little change in the percentage distribution. And so if, for example, Herschel Walker got 72% of the vote back in November, he now gets 71, 2 or 73%. So I'm not seeing much movement. Now, what generally I'm seeing is some decrease in the total number of votes being cast. here in December as opposed to November. And again, that's what one would expect. Would be fewer people would go to the polls for this runoff and participated back when we had a whole array of offices to be decided a month ago.
Well, can you share with me the drive to the polls that people have had? Is this something that we expected in this runoff?
Yeah, it's increasingly unlikely to see as many people vote in a runoff as voted in the previous election. Now, 2 years ago, actually January of 2021, we saw only a 10% drop off when we went from that November 2020 to the January election 2 months later. And that was, Georgia did a good job of getting back to the polls for that. And the two previous Senate runoffs, one of which took place in 1992, the other in 2008, the drop off was more than 40%. So it looks like this year may be closer to that 10% drop off of 2021 than the kind of 40% drop off that we've witnessed in the past.
Can you share with me more about what this runoff is going to mean if Walker wins, or if Warnock if Warnock wins, what this is going to mean?
Yeah, well, I think for Georgia Democrats, if Warnock wins, then they've got something that they can brag about, because Republicans swept all the state constitutional offices. Democrats going into the election in November, I think they probably expected that they could win, not all of them, but win one or more of them. We saw some prominent Democratic state legislators like Jen Jordan, B. Wynn, give up very safe state legislative seats to make a run for a statewide office, and they lost. So,
Okay, so I think we have a key race alert. Let's go over to CNN and let's see what CNN has to say.
That's right, Jake. I don't know how much you can see behind me because there's a lot of observers also looking in that area. We can't go there, but we just had at least 2 election workers who came in escorted by police officers carrying these 2 blue canvas bags that included the ballot information. So we're talking about memory cards, other information they have to include with those ballots for them to then be able to process and upload it into the system here. Now, look, here in Fulton County, I'm told by an election official that a conservative estimate for the number of ballots that are still outstanding is roughly more than 75,000. Now, that includes these election day in-person votes, but also many of those absentee ballots. Remember, we had 14,000 that came in before election day, and then our cameras caught them bringing in election day absentee ballots that were dropped off at one of those 3 different locations that they could do that today. All of those absentee ballots in Fulton County have to be delivered already by now. It's by 7 p.m. today. And so what they're doing at this point behind me is they check in, they go through a whole bunch of paperwork that they have to sign. We've talked about the security measures that go with it.
Key race alert. Warnock just took the lead.
And then security escorts them up into here, watching the police officer. Sometimes the police officer actually carrying those ballot bags up here.
All right, Dr. Gallagher, thanks so much. Fascinating stuff from Fulton County. Georgia, the most populous county in the entire state. They want us to bring back Gabe Sterling, right now. He's the chief operating officer of the Georgia Secretary of State's office. Gabe, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it. folks, I'm so glad that they're okay. That must have been awful to hear about. That's good news, though, I suppose, with the whole story in. Have you encountered any other hiccups with vote counting in any of the counties you're watching right now, other than the car accident?
Not hiccups per se. I mean, it's normal processing. You have some people in some of our I think 3.3-ish, somewhere in that range is what we're looking at for all the stuff. Well, the only thing we don't have any strong clarity into is the absentee ballots that came into today and some of the counties with their turnout today. We're making some estimations based on some data points that we had. But again, we're looking at probably a 3.3, which again, these are record numbers, guys, especially for a runoff in a
All right, guys, 81% of the voting is in. And as you can see, the Democrat they have a slight lead. I want to, while we have a break here, I want to talk about the Build Back Better bill. Now, again, here's the reason why these types of this particular election is so important, is because there was a major piece of legislation that we had the Democrats had a really good chance of passing, because they controlled all the levels of government. They controlled the Senate, they controlled the House, and they controlled the presidency. But one senator, Joe Manchin, didn't want the bill, didn't like whatever that was in the bill, and single-handedly killed the bill. So I want to talk about the bill that he killed. If we have the Democrats have 51 senators, then one senator is not the president. It's not the president. That one senator cannot kill a bill. So let's add to the stream this Build Back Better bill, and you can see and hear what you missed out on.
Legislative package, a keystone of President Biden's domestic agenda. Republicans have opposed the legislation all along, and Democrats are now looking at the road ahead, now that one of their own seems to be a firm no on the current package. Lisa Desjardins begins our coverage.
If I can't go home and explain it to the people of West Virginia, I can't vote for it.
The words dropped like boulders. On Fox News Sunday, Senator Joe Manchin suddenly threw President Biden's Build Back Better agenda into new turmoil. The West Virginia Democrat said the White House and others weren't doing enough to reduce or, in his mind, be honest about the ultimate cost of the bill.
We should be upfront and pick our priorities. That's the difference. And what we need to do is get our financial house in order, but be able to pay for what we do and do what we pay for.
During a radio interview today, Manchin also blamed White House staffers for the negotiations collapse.
You know me, always willing to work and listen and try. I just got to the wit's end, and they know the real reason what happened. They won't tell you, and I'm not going to, because
wait. You
No.
say wait. You said they know the real reason. They're not going to tell us. You're not going to tell us. What do you mean? What's the real?
Well, the bottom line is there's basically, and it's staff. It's staff driven. I understand staff. It's not the president. It's the staff. And they drove some things, and they put some things out that were absolutely inexcusable. And they know what it is, and that's it.
This as the White House swung with its own sharp charges about Manchin. In a statement yesterday, White House spokeswoman Jen Psaki called Manchin's comments a sudden and inexplicable reversal in his position and a breach of commitments to the president and the senator's colleagues. This was Psaki today.
I can't speak for Senator Manchin on what has upset him. I'll let him speak to that himself with more specifics if he chooses to, and he may or may not choose to, and that's his prerogative.
The latest Build Back Better plan was on a historic scale, affecting millions, providing universal pre-K, lowering childcare costs, expanding healthcare, including a dramatic cut in the price of insulin, and combating climate change with large-scale tax incentives and new regulations on methane gas. With all
Okay, I want to emphasize one senator killed this bill. Universal pre-K. How many of the ladies out there, unfortunately, are single parents? Even if you have a man in a house and it's a dual parent situation, wouldn't you want to have universal health care for your pre-K for your kid? One senator killed that. Lowering child care cost. One senator killed that. Expanding health care. One senator killed that. Climate change, combating climate change. One senator killed this bill. We was one senator away, ladies and young families, from having universal pre-care. One senator away from having child care costs cut. One senator away from expanding health care. One senator. So one senator makes a difference. And that's why there's so much money invested in this particular election. Now, we lost that opportunity. Let's be fair. We lost that opportunity. The House is now in the hands of the Republicans, and this bill is dead on arrival, unless we can tie it into something else. But one senator makes a difference. Let's continue on.
New regulations on methane gas. With all of that on the ropes, much Democratic reaction has been furious. New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez took to MSNBC.
The idea that Joe Manchin says he can't explain this back home to his people is a farce.
Other statements flurried. Independent Senator Bernie Sanders wrote that Manchin should explain to West Virginians how his move might harm them. Moderate Virginia Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger called Manchin's actions unacceptable. Advocacy groups like the National Domestic Workers Alliance lamented. They called Manchin's decision a breach of commitment. But in San Francisco today, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was more restrained and focused, insisting Manchin will sign on to something.
I have confidence that Senator Manchin cares about our country and that at some point, very soon, we can take up the legislation. I'm not deterred at all.
Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer said he will put a revised bill to a vote in the Senate early in the new year. He promised senators that the chamber will keep voting on it until we get something done.
And Lisa joins me now, along with our White House correspondent.
And there you have it, guys. That's why one senator is so important. Now, again, like I said, that opportunity we may not have for another 2 years. If the Republicans can, if the Democrats can again regain the House, then and the Republicans, the Democrats elect another Democratic president, and the Democrats holds the Senate. There's a lot of ands in that, guys. There's a lot of ands in that. Then maybe something like this will come up. But every time there's an opportunity to do something substantial, there's always that one guy on the Democratic side that kills it. I remember, I'm an old guy, guys. I remember back when Lieberman was that guy, that killed everything because, I don't know, maybe he wanted to be president. But he was that guy that killed it. Now it's Joe Manchin. Let's go back to the race, and let's see what we have here going on at CNN. Let's see what we have here. Okay, looks like we have a key race alert. Let me add him to the stream.
Maintains a lead over Republican Herschel Walker. Warnock with 50.4% of the vote. Walker with 49.6% of the vote. That is a lead of roughly 0.8% or 19,000 votes. So let's go to Nick Valencia, Cobb County, Georgia. Another key location where votes are being processed and counting, a populous county in Georgia. Nick, tell us what you're seeing.
Well, if you're wondering where some of those day of votes are, here they are here for the county. You're seeing them come in now, being loaded off of these cars that have been lined up. A very well-oiled machine that they have here. What you're looking at here are not only some of the election supplies, the actual physical ballots, also poll pads and the memory cards that hold the results from those individual precincts. So we really saw this activity pick up as soon as polls closed at 7 p.m. It's really a steady flow of traffic throughout. Cobb County has about 147, or actually 147 active precincts. We don't know exactly how many precincts have reported so far. That's a question that we asked the chairwoman here for the Board of Elections. But this is just really cool stuff here, Jake. You can see democracy in action. As I mentioned, a very well-oiled machine. Those precincts are there verified here at the front door, and then they're taken into the center where we were showing you a short time ago, where those votes are tabulated, and then they are eventually reflected in the overall election result. We did ask here Tori Silas, chairwoman of Cobb County, exactly when they would be done vote counting. She couldn't give us an answer on that or how many precincts again have reported. But you're seeing here, as I'm reporting, more and more votes coming in. So a lot of work here left to be done.
All right, Nick Valencia in Marietta, Georgia, Cobb County. Yeah.
Hey, Jake, and I want to go straight to you, Manu, because I know you've been talking to your sources. You've got some new reporting.
Yeah, I mean, several Republican sources that I speak to, they're happy that this race is close, but they believe that the path is still going to be pretty complicated here, given just where the outstanding vote lies. If it does not turn out in the favor, you're going to start to hear a lot of finger pointing and blanking. Some of that is already starting to play out. One of that is over the turnout operation, get out the vote operation. This is such an essential part of campaigns, finding in voters, getting them to the polls. Mitch McConnell, the Senate Republican leader, super PAC, put about $2 million into Brian Kemp, the governor one of the sources that I spoke to credits that as helping keeping this race close, and also criticizing on the other side, the National Republican Senatorial Committee, the National Republican National Committee for not having as strong of a get out the vote operation. You've also heard some of this play out over the last several months. Mitch McConnell and Rick Scott, who leads the Republican Senatorial Committee, they're different over tactics and strategies. Scott, of course, challenged McConnell to be the next Republican leader. So this is only going to start to play out more fully and more publicly if it does not turn out the way the Republicans hope. But there's still a lot of hope.
It's just been astonishing to see the way that these top Republicans who historically, at least in recent times, have put on such a sort of facade of unity, it's totally broken down. And that even happened before they lost a lot of the races that they hoped that they would win.
Yeah, I mean, I think the Republican Party very much is in a finding themselves mode, especially after the results of these midterms, which were much more disappointing than they expected. I think in Georgia, though, there is a lot of blame to go around. I mean, as you both know, Mitch McConnell held his nose and ultimately did back Herschel Walker, even though he wasn't fully comfortable with him to begin with. And I think there will be some questions about whether that was actually a wise decision or if he should have held his own and said, no, this is not going to work for the state of Georgia. I think it would be easier now to make the case that he was on the right side of this argument. It's just hard to do that. But Monty is absolutely right. You know, Republicans that I've talked to in recent days, everyone is pretty much on the same page that I think without Brian Kemp's on-the-ground operation in this runoff period, it would have been much more difficult to get this race to a point where it is very close right now. So they have that, but it still, I think, you know, what we're all hearing is that it still may not be enough.
And that's, you talk about Governor Kemp and his operation, and it sort of speaks to something that is important to underscore tonight, which is that he is the Republican governor who won by big numbers in November last month.
All right, guys, let's cut back to Atlanta. It looks like we have someone up there making a speech. Let's see what we have here. Let's cut to Atlanta. Here we go.
Our brother, Raphael Warnock, has done an amazing job in the United States Senate. And so people all across the state of Georgia have gotten to know this man and seen his leadership, seen his integrity, seen his capacity, his compassion, and now they understand what real leadership looks like. And what I know is that by the end of this night, we're going to be sending back to the United States Senate Raphael Warnock to represent us. And listen, people ask, like, yeah, we know he's cool, we know he's smart, but why do you support him? And so as the mayor of the greatest city in the whole world,
Tampa.
I had to say it, as the mayor of the greatest city in the whole world, you got to have an ally in the federal government. You got to have a supporter that knows what your needs are and help you be able to serve the people of this city.
True.
By being able to help things happen from the federal government level.
True.
And so this group of people, each of you, back in 2021, just a year ago, all of you rose up to be able to send 2 Democratic senators to the United States Senate. When we sent Ossoff and Warnock to represent us, we flipped the balance by being able to also have Kamala Harris there to make that decisive vote. To make
True.
that decisive vote in a number of occasions. I'm going to give you 2, because they didn't even tell me how many minutes I got, and I can filibuster with the best of them, but I'm not going to hold you up. I'll give you 2 examples. One is we now have the first African-American woman to be on the U.S. Supreme Court, Ketanji Brown Jackson, and that was done by a decisive vote. Were it not for Warnock being that decisive vote as well, we would not have that happen. And 2, the second thing is the American Rescue Plan Act. That vote, the Biden infrastructure plan, were it not for to have 50 United States senators.
All right, guys. So the Biden infrastructure plan that he's talking about is the slimmed down version of the Build Back Better plan. So Joe Manchin, remembered, he single-handedly vetoed the Build Back Better. So the Democrats, senators had to go back, figure out, what we can strip out, talk to Joe Manchin, kiss the ring, and before he blessed this slimmed down version bill. So that's what he's talking about there. And here's the reason why it's so important as a business leader. The reason why it is so important is because healthcare and you can't run a business without quality employees and team members. One of the things that is super, super, super important for new team members entering into the job market is healthcare and their young child. And if you can provide free universal pre-K or reduced healthcare, that is huge. That is essential to helping your business grow. So by killing that bill, you're actually killing something that was anti-business. So let's continue on.
There's plus one. We would not have the American Rescue Plan, and for a mayor, that means so much. We were able to use those funds to help people that are experiencing homelessness. We were able to use those funds to help to be able to get people from haphazard housing and dilapidated buildings, get them into affordable housing that's clean, dry, safe, and warm. To be able to help people that are starting small businesses, be able to help folks that are in a small business that is just trying to survive COVID. We took those funds that were given to us by the Biden administration because of a decisive vote by Senator Warnock, and we were able to help people be able to get through some challenging times. I'm not talking about somebody that I think is going to do a good job. I'm talking about somebody who does a good job for this city, for this state, every single day. And so I say to you, just like the great Congressman John Lewis, I tell you on this night, keep the faith. I tell you on this night, never give up. I tell you that on this night, victory is ours, and it's going to be a great story to tell. I know a little bit of something about close elections. I know something about close elections, and I know something about never let them see you sweat. So tonight, we're going to party, we're going to turn up because we're in the ATL. We're going to do it for the A, we're going to do it for the GA, and we're going to do it for the USA. Let's go, everybody. Let's go.
All right, so that was a nice fiery speech. He went out there to fire up the crowd. Looks like he did a good job. As last check, it looks like Warnock is still holding a slim lead. And so there was reason for them to celebrate, the Dems to celebrate, but it's still an early and a long night. Now, the key thing is you got to know where the votes are coming from. This seesawing back and forth is a natural thing, but if someone underperforms in like Atlanta or one of the states where areas where they are expected to overperform or perform on par with the general election, then we have a problem. If you're a Democrat, you have a problem. Now, if you're a Republican, hey, listen, you're celebrating. You're saying like, yeah, we got a shot here. We have a shot here. But again, if you are a Democrat and you are voting for Senator Warnock to maintain his spot in the Senate, he is the incumbent, then you're looking good. Let's just face it, you're looking good. Now, what I do want to do is I want to go back to the Build Back Better bill and talk about some of the things that we're voting down. But before we do that, we have a key race alert. Let's go back to CNN. Let's see what we have here. Uh-oh. Here we go, guys. Here we go. 50-50. All right, let me. There's music in the background. Unfortunately, YouTube is super strict about copyright strikes, so we can't listen to that report. I'm going to rejoin the stream here past that spot here.
We probably would have still been in a runoff. Warnock is a strong senator. He is like part of historical context of the state of Georgia. He's done a lot of bipartisan legislation, but your candidate, Herschel Walker, the Republican candidate, is a disaster. My concern actually is who is still voting for Herschel Walker after the last 3 weeks. I do think Warnock closed strong. I still think he's gonna. I always thought it was gonna go into a runoff. I think he's gonna pull it out tonight because we still have a strong base of voters in the Metro Atlanta area that just haven't been counted yet.
Here's why it's close. Because for all the talk we've had about Herschel Walker and Donald Trump tonight, what we haven't discussed yet is Joe Biden is not popular. He's not popular in Georgia. There's a reason he's been in Boston and Arizona and everywhere else. His policies aren't popular. People aren't happy with the economy. There are flashing red lights here for Republicans, and I've been on that since election night back in November. But if you're a Democrat looking at how you won this race and having to draw some of these Republican candidates you did.
All right, so let's make sure that we are.
Anderson, as you guys are having the conversation, Senator Warnock is now pulled ahead. Welcome back to the seesaw by 18,516 votes, still remarkably close, 50.3 to 49.7. So what just happened? You hear everyone talking about we're waiting on the Metro Atlanta area. Well, the closest piece, the most central piece of the Metro Atlanta area.
All right, so here we go. It looks like we got.
Herschel Walker's challenge was, can he run it up on the election day vote? He did that in some of these rural areas, not by the big math I think he needed to do it by. The challenge now is as they count the votes in these remaining, the most populous counties in the state, most of them are right up here, Anderson. So we're looking again, we just got Fulton County, but we still have a third of the vote out. Right? Raphael Warnock right now is getting nearly 82% in Fulton County.
All right, so let's see if we can get back to that.
Raphael Warnock running at 64%. Again, that's how he's doing so far tonight. You go back a month ago, he was at 58%. So at the moment, Senator Warnock is overperforming his performance a month ago in Atlanta and the suburbs around it. We're not done.
All right, so let's go ahead and go to Atlanta and see what we have here. Well, let's stay here. All right, I want to actually go to.
top of Fulton County. But let's just go back. 82% now, if you round that up. 73%, 74% if you round that up. This is Lieutenant Governor Duncan is making this point. I think Scott is making the same point. Scott's right. Joe Biden's not terribly popular in Georgia right now. However, nor is Donald Trump in the sense. If you go back to the governor's race, Governor Kemp lost Fulton County, but he got 31%, right? You say, oh, 31%. He got shellacked. He did get shellacked. But the question is, what are the margins? Look what happened to Herschel Walker, was only 25%. That matters. That the margins in a big populous county like that matter. And so you come fast forward to where we are right now. Herschel Walker at the moment is getting 19% of the vote in Fulton County. Republican is not going to win Fulton County, but a Republican cannot be below 20% in Fulton County and expect to win a statewide election because so many people live there. That's just simple math. We'll see if it holds up as we get the final installment of the vote. But if you look at Herschel Walker right now at 19%,
Look at some raw numbers here.
Yeah, I keep thinking about independent voters because that's what it's going to come down to in this race. And initially, Warnock won independent voters by 11 points, but they're only 24% of the electorate. So polling that we and others have done show Warnock winning them by about 2-1. Now, the question is, what's going to get these independent voters to turn out? We don't really know the answer to that because it's not as if, and this is to Van's point earlier, it's not as if they're motivated by Democrats, right? They're not saying, I'd rather support Democrats right now because I love their policies and I think they're great, and I'm going to side with Democrats more than Republicans. Biden's more popular. As you say, Georgia is a red state. We know that. But the Democrats can't jump for joy, is what I'm saying here.
Though the Democrats, they have a lot to be proud of.
Yes.
Listen, Winston Churchill said, deserve victory. Deserve victory. Do everything that you can to win. And I gotta say, Herschel Walker went from being like the werewolf to being like the invisible man. Like, I don't know where he's been the past 3 or 4 days. But, Warnock put it all on the table. Barack Obama put it on the table. Millions of dollars spent. There's a hunger to win that you see when a true public servant like Warnock wants to get in and do a good job. You see that hunger. I don't know where Walker's even
Let me tell you what I'm hearing from Republicans in Georgia about the end of this campaign. It's going to be close. I think there's a lot of pessimism in the Walker Republican camp that Warnock's got it. We haven't called it. I know we're still counting the votes. But credit where credit's due. They're saying to me the reason this race is close is because Brian Kemp and Brian Kemp's organization, which went to work for the Senate Leadership Fund in this race, that's one of the key reasons why Walker, who's been a little invisible on this thing and has obviously had an uneven ride here the last 4 weeks, has been able to keep it close. So why are people turning out? Why is Walker able to pull in some votes? I think the people who are really in the know at the strategy level on these campaigns would say one man, Brian Kemp.
I think that's absolutely right. And while I do think that what I'm hearing from folks on the ground is they anticipate it's not going to be a good night for Walker, but this is a very bad candidate, but he's had the full weight of the Republican Party behind him in this runoff. So when you're seeing this margin get closer, it's because of Mitch McConnell, the Senate Leadership Fund. It's Brian Kemp's operation on the ground. There was no closing message there. This is what was, Republicans were pulling our hair out. Like, what is your closing message, Herschel Walker?
He's going to be a rubber stamp for Biden, and I'm not. And that was about it. It's not that I'm more competent. It's not that I'm more fit to be a United States senator. It's not that I have the experience. It's not that you should trust me. It's that, I'm not going to vote with Biden.
I do think, to your point, Scott, that Kemp's ground game accelerated. There was a ground game for Warnock that went from 100 to 150. All of that effort that was split between Stacey Abrams and Warnock went to Warnock.
All right, so let's switch to Atlanta again. Let's see what we got here because we have the election official. Looks like he is speaking, and let's see what he's saying about Atlanta. Let's go here. Let me add him to the stream.
The thing is, what I don't want to do is have people use this spam to do that because I don't want campaigns having access to that kind of information. We will know, I think with some ideas, we're not going to release that stuff because that can change behaviors, depress turnout rates. Yeah. We're going to be really jealous of keeping that data internal to us for our purposes. Okay. So that's the reality of it. Yeah. Okay. All right. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thanks, Steve.
All right, I was turning on this microphone.
Yeah,
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, so that was Gabriel Sterling with the Secretary of State's office, basically saying, be patient. We're in for a long night, and that was pretty paramount with, or apparent, I should say, with how tight this voting turnout is, and this election is going 50.1% to 49.9%.
Yeah, well, and you hear him say, you know, it's more important to make sure that these results are certified, that they are correct, really prioritizing, you know, making sure that everything is done correctly instead of speed. And we're starting to see, you know, some of the counties reporting 99% of their votes counted. So it's these areas where we still have that remaining, you know, 10, 20, 30, 40, even some 50% in some areas. We want to make sure that they, all those poll workers are doing so correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. And like I was mentioning earlier, you know, pretty similar to what the Secretary of State's office said, there is a lot of room for discussion about this tight of a race, and that is going to unfold if it continues on this path as more votes start to pour in. But part of that is why we do want to bring you more analysis and a breakdown of this this election as it unfolds. Now 83%. We really are heading into the end. I know a lot of you have commented that you've been here for quite some time. I appreciate you. We are reading every single comment, by the way. I'm actually going to go through a few. Mallory is saying, you know, regardless of what happens, that she is just praying for, you know, the children in the future. And that comes down to a reflection of how a lot of voters feel. You know, they're not necessarily just looking for a candidate to win. They're looking at who can fill the seat and address issues that voters in Georgia have said were clearly important to them. The economy, inflation. I mean, you can't even go to the grocery store and not think about how high the cost of goods has become, as well as abortion rights. That is a serious issue to a lot of Georgia voters. LGBTQ rights, a lot of things that are just impacting the average American that goes past a candidate winning tonight.
Yes, it does. And it also speaks to national politics as well, and where people lie, because we talk about that 50-50 split in the Senate. Of course, Vice President does have power, but there are going to be times where sometimes people are on the fence. And so the hands of power really are at play here.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more with you. I'm going to read a few more comments here. If you have any questions, drop them below. We are going to have Mark Roundtree, our political analyst who's been with us throughout the night, back on in about 5 minutes. And then, of course, we're going to hear from our legal analyst with Emory University just to talk about legally what this could all mean. So a lot more.
All right, so here we go, guys. We have a couple of people fillers. Looks like in everything, I've been checking some of the other reporting, and it looks like everyone is showing that Warnock has a slight lead. I'm going to go back to CNN with, they have a key race alert. Let's see what we got here. Let me add CNN real quick and see what they're talking about.
course, the question is it enough when you get to this point? So you come back out 15,373 votes again. Again, most of the vote outstanding here. Not all of it. You can look at it this way as well to see where the rest of it is. There are some small pockets of votes. You see the red circles are Republican areas. So there are some Republican votes out there. But you see these big circles and so many circles here. This is, again, Fulton County, the suburban counties around it. Then when you come back to the normal map, not only are they blue, when you go county by county, they're very deep blue. And so if you're in the Warnock campaign, you're ahead. We're up to 90% of the vote now. And you know what has happened in the last several elections. This is the area that tends to come in late. You start describing it, just driving the voting cards from the precincts, headquarters down that part, yeah. And you watch votes are changing. It's 12,490 votes are changing as we're having this conversation because sometimes it's a couple hundred, sometimes it's several thousand. Off you go. But you're up to 91% now. If you're in Vegas, that's your bet. We're not done yet, but if because you know where the outstanding votes are, that's why there's some pessimism in the Walker campaign.
Do you have a button that could show me where and whether either of these candidates are underperforming what they did last time or
Yes.
Brian Kemp?
Yeah, and I'll do it with the caveat that we're not done yet.
Right. We're not done.
So we're not done. So the key one here is this. Herschel Walker trailed, right? A month ago, Herschel Walker trailed. That's why we're having the runoff. We had 3 candidates then. Nobody got about 50, but he trailed, right? He was trailing. So he needed to do better. Let's put it this way. He needed to do better, right? Where is Herschel Walker overperforming? He is overperforming in some of these red counties. That means his percentages are higher now than they were a month ago. And that's significant. That's a lot of places, right? But look what's great. So here's the flip side of that question. That's where he's overperforming. Where's he underperforming? Well, he's underperforming in all the blue areas on the map.
All the population.
Yeah, in all the population. Exactly.
That means he did better in these population centers last time, even though he came up short than he's doing tonight.
Right. With the asterisk, to be fair to him, we need to double check that. We'll
Right.
get to 100%, but at the moment, that's his problem. That you are so far tonight, you're underperforming places where the people in the toxicity in the suburbs of the Trump brand and Walker himself, I think, has additional problems unique to him.
Right.
In the suburbs. Overperforming. He's running a little stronger in a lot of these rural counties. And again, that's a couple hundred votes, right?
This is Warnock.
That's there. I mean, Warnock overperforming. It's just Warnock is overperforming in the general election. It's true. It was the same day. I looked at this earlier. That's why.
Yes.
He is running by percentages. It's a tiny modest amount.
He's doing better in more places than he was a month ago than Walker is.
I have very tiny amounts in most of these rural areas, but tiny amounts, yeah, right, exactly. That's exactly the right expression because he's looking at fewer patterns in the major population centers. In the smaller urban areas, Columbus, Augusta, Savannah, where the Democrats live. He's doing better. This is where he's from, this part of the state here. He's doing better where the Democrats live, and he's also doing a little better in places that tend to vote red. And that has been, again, Stacey Abrams, strong Democratic candidate, did horribly in rural Georgia. Raphael Warnock doesn't do great, but he does better. And just as we talked about underperforming for the Republicans in the suburbs, Senator Warnock performs, and maybe it's just Herschel Walker. We'll see how this one ends up, but he tends to overperform. And then you ask the other question, so where is Warnock underperforming? Only in a few, only in a few counties. We're not at the finish line yet. To be fair, we need to look at 100%. But if you get your indications now, the reason, and it's down to a 4,000 vote lead. I mean, this is still a very competitive race. Right. The issue is when you're starting, you just walk around and trying to look. The places where there are Republican votes, you're at 99%. You're at 99%. I'm just picking these counties randomly just to see. And you just see all of them are at 99%. I'm not trying to make anybody dizzy at home. But you're seeing the 99% in these small Republican rural counties. And then you come up here where the Democratic votes are, like DeKalb, 65%. And you're just looking, you look at 157,000 votes there, 15,000 votes there, just by comparison, right? So you got a third of the votes still to be counted here. And you come out to these smaller counties, and even if there's still some to be counted, you're talking 16,000 votes. So the people, more than 50% of the population is right here in this circle. And that's where most of the outstanding votes are. So again, 4,000 votes, you're not celebrating yet, but understanding where the outstanding votes are, if you're in Vegas, that's your bet.
Right. I still don't know who's going to win, but I'd rather be ahead by 4,000 votes than behind by 4,000 Let's get more on Cobb County, John, if you could punch it up, because Nick Valencia is there, specifically in Marietta. And Nick, a key election official is with you. I don't think she has IFB, though, so you're going to have to relay the questions that we have for her.
Yeah, we're getting updates here from that election official. I want to bring in the chairwoman of the Cobb County Board of Elections, Tori Silas. Tori, we got an update a while ago from Pamela Brown, who tells me 76,000 election day votes, 12,000 mail-in votes. Does that match up with what you're seeing here?
Well, we don't have numbers that come in. Essentially, we basically have precincts that drop off their media and everything.
Which is what we're seeing out here.
Exactly.
With a line of cars coming in, dropping off this balance.
That's correct. And for the most part, the last that I checked, we were at about 125 precincts that have closed. All the precincts are closed, but that have made their way back here. So we've got like 22 more to go.
So you're more than halfway there. You have 147 precincts, 122. Is that right? That have reported?
The last time checked.
And those are day of ballots.
That is correct.
But you're under a court order here to allow ballots, absentee ballots, proceed until December 9th. Can you tell us a little about it, clarify that?
Certainly. So there were a number of voters that requested absentee ballots, and based upon the day that they requested it and the date in which we placed their ballot in the mail, a lawsuit was filed by the ACLU SPLC on behalf of those voters. And one of our Superior Court judges issued an order requiring that we extend the date for a particular group of voters, that being those voters that requested applications prior to the 27th, giving them the opportunity to get their ballots back here by December the 9th, which is a date that we were already looking at because that's the UCAVA date, the date by which military families and U.S. citizens that are abroad can get their ballots back. But those ballots must have been either returned here in person or, for that matter, postmarked by today.
So to punctuate this point, if it's close, like it has been, it could come down to Cobb County. I mean, that's a realistic possibility.
Potentially.
Jake Tapper and our anchor, John King, they've got some questions for you as well. I know you don't have IFB, so I'll just remember. Go ahead, Jake.
Just how smoothly is the process going of counting the ballots right now? It looks, from what we can see from our vantage point, like it's going well. There aren't protests. There are observers from both parties, etc.
Yeah, how smoothly has this process gone so far from what we're seeing from our vantage point? It seems pretty smooth, but you tell us what you're seeing.
I think as election days go, it's been a great day. And as mentioned, none of our polling locations were delayed in opening. They all opened right on time. We didn't report any issues with respect to closing. There were no memory cards that were left behind, no issues reported to us by poll managers. And I think that's is kind of proven out, if you will, by the fact that I believe it's just after 10 p.m. And we have just probably, as I see cars come in, probably about 20 more precincts to return.
You got to be grateful for that here. John, do you have a question?
Yes, I'll seek in a question 1 second, Nick. I just want to note, as we say, as we're standing here, Herschel Walker has now pulled ahead. It's 50% to 50%, but Herschel Walker, the Republican, has a 1,922 vote lead, and this is the magic election night. Different results are coming in from different places. But back to where you are in Cobb County, Madam Chair just said that there are 22 precincts, I believe, if I have the math right, that are still out. The question is, and it may be an unfair question because I know she's busy, Nick, but do we know where they are in the county in the sense that the precincts that are on this side of the county, the eastern part closer to Atlanta, are more Democratic? You notice all the red around the west and the northern part of Cobb County. If they're from the more remote areas out here, then Herschel Walker may have some hope because there are a lot of Republican voters out here. Do we know what's outstanding in terms of where it is geographically in the county?
So this may be an unfair question, and it is a long question. We were updating while we were speaking. Longer took the lead. Do we know which precincts are still outstanding? Because, for our expert there, John King at the Magic Wall, it can determine which way this could go and give us sort of an insight to how this is going. Do we know which precincts are still outstanding?
Unfortunately, I do not know which precincts are outstanding. It's a situation where, I've provided updates. All of the board members that are here working this evening have provided updates with.
All right, so I know what's outstanding. I know. Let's take a look, guys. Let's take a look. We're going to figure out where we are. Let me add this to the stream. All right, so here is the map let me make that full stream so you can see it. Here is the map. I'm not sure how often it's updated. Let's see. But here's the map. And so we can look at what areas are still outstanding. So let's look at some of the, you can see, if you can see the 99, most of these areas are 99%. So they basically has been reported. So let's just kind of scan through them. And what I'm going to do is anything that's not, let's say 98%, anything that's not 98% in, I'm going to highlight those and I'm going to talk about it. So let's scan through here. Looks like all of the reds counties so far. Up, we have a 93, 94% in Lumpkin. Herschel Walker is 80, doing well, 80.5% to Warnock 19.5. Again, very small. You're looking at combined, they are, let's see, 8, 9, 10, 11,000 votes so far. So that's really small, guys. 99, let's see, 99 or better. Here's a 90, 92. Kind of a larger, this is 65.8% to 34.2%. Let's continue on. 99, 99. Okay, so let's start getting to, I'm going to purposefully try to get the Republican precincts. Let's take a look. Let's see if anything. Let's see. Let's say SPG 565 says Dems are waiting to find out how many votes they need. Okay, guy. All right, let's see what we got here. Let's see. I'm still looking. All right, looks like we still got 99%, guys. 99, still 99, 99. All right, still 99. All right, so whoop. Let's see. I saw an 85 here. Charlton, let's see, 85.6, another very small county. You're looking at Herschel Walker, 73.5% with 1,965 votes, and Warnock, 26.5 with 709 votes. So let's see, I got another one. CNN says the votes left to count will favor Warnock. That is true, because I've been looking at this map, and just about everything, all the reds are pretty much 99% in. But let's look at the blues. You have Douglas, 95% in. Warnock is 66.6% to 33.4. You have Cobb. Now, there's been a lot of conversation about Cobb, and you can see why. Is that it is 85.2% in. So lots of room, guys. But look how Warnock is performing. Almost 60%, 59.8% to just over 40% for Walker. But look at the votes, 140,000, 833,000 to 94,527. So in a tight race, there's still plenty of room there. Let's move one over. Fulton, 82% in. You have again another large county, Warnock, 79. I'm almost 79%, 78.9%. With 232,663 to Herschel Walker, 62,096 votes. Again, almost 79% to 21%. All right, let's move over. 90% in. Gwinnett, it is 62.4% to 37.6. A little bit more competitive there. With 90% in. Vote count, 148,784 to Walker, 89,721. Let's move over. 99% for Clark. Let's move back down. All right, let's see. Douglas, 95% in. All right, here we go. Fulton, 82.6% in. Huge gap here. The margin is big, 78.9, almost 79% to 20. Sound like I think I read this one, guys. Yeah, I read that one. Okay, so let's see. The Cobb, it is 74. Wow, 74% in here. And look at that, 90.5% to 9.5. And look at the vote total, 177,254 to 18,657. Okay. Let's see. Okay. Okay. Rockdale, that's 99%. 90. Henry, 93%. 95%. See if there's any more. Henry, again, 93.3%. 66.8. Warnock, 33.2. Walker, raw vote total, 54,836 to 27,195. Okay, another one, Newton. It is 89% in, just almost 90% in. You're looking at 58% of the vote, 58.4 to 41.6. Kind of a smaller county, 20,000 raw total votes, 20,752 for Warnock. Walker is receiving 14,786. So those right there around Atlanta, ATL, that's a lot of votes still out there. Let's see. We're gonna go down here to some more blue areas. We got 99% in, pretty much there. 99. Okay, 99. All right, and then let's see if there's any more down here. Okay, so it looks like we have just about. All right, so around ATL looks like is where we have the largest of the outstanding vote. I'm going to swing back to CNN. Let's check in with them and see what they are talking about here. Looks like they're not quite ready to make a prediction, but a lot of people are smiling. Let's go ahead and add them to the stream. Let's see what we got here. What? Look at this, guys. This is what Rita R said. It's been called. Let's see what CNN says. Thank you, Rita. I'm gonna scoot over to MSNBC. Take a look at that. Uh-oh, guys. Let's see what AP says. Let's pull up Fox. See what Fox says. All right. So far it's only been called by one, and no one else has touched it. Shout out to Rita. Thank you, brother, sister. What? Guys. All right, guys. Let's switch it over here. I got something for you. I got something for you. Let's see what we got here. Fox News. Fox News. Called the race. Raphael Warnock looks like he won it. So yeah. So let's see. Need update. Warnock won. Ha ha ha. Yeah, Gabby, yeah. So here's the balance of power. Up. Here's CNN. CNN's last. Let's move it over to them.
Is with Senator Raphael Warnock and Eva McCann. I see behind you people celebrating, but CNN has projected Raphael Warnock will be reelected to his first full. All of those issues were on the ballot in Georgia, and Raphael Warnock never wavered, and I am so happy for him today and for the Senate that we're going to have him back. We look forward to election laws that have put in place there. Even other Democrats had as well, suggesting Jim Crow type legislation that was enacted in the state. We see about 3.3 million voters, according to election officials, showed up today. Is there any evidence that those fears were borne out that you and the Democrats were used in the last year? We don't know what the totals would have been if what we're
have policies or their candidates. What they've been saying is, let's get to the voters. Let's make it. Workers respond to that. They don't like that.
Yeah, I think at the moment, pretty cool shot right there. The picture of headquarters, because this.
All right, I dropped the link. Go ahead and click on the link if you want to come up and join the show. Let's talk about what this means to you. Go ahead and click the link if you want to come in and voice your opinion on this historic election. Slap Happy One says, I'm sure there'd be a 300,000 vote drop at 4 a.m. All right, we'll check for that. Here's another one I got to show. Go ahead. That's funny. So he's going back to Georgia. I mean, to Texas. That's something. Hey guys, a bunch of you guys are in the chat. Do a brother a favor, go ahead and like the show. I really appreciate it. Let's get those likes up. Thanks, Dan. We placed that call a little while ago, but thanks for joining. Thanks for joining the show. Appreciate you, Dan. All right. So what I'm interested in is seeing what caused them to call the race. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and I'm going to go back to the map here. And I want to see where we are. All right, let me add this guy back in. All right, so remember this, guys? Now, we almost all of the areas in red were at 99% or in. So the only outstanding votes were the blue areas. So let's see what came in. Let's see what caused them to call the race. All right, so the big one here was Cobb, and 95% Cobb is in now. 59.4 to 40.6, 95% reporting. All right. 99% reporting, 66.7 to 33.3. Kind of a smaller one, Douglas. 32,000 votes, 305 to 16,117. But we have 99% of the vote in. Okay, let's moving up here. 95% of the vote in. Look at the margin here, guys. This is a larger county, Fulton. Let's see. It is Fulton is 76.5 to 23.5. Wow. Again, 277,563 votes to 85,173, but 95% reporting. All right, moving down here, another 95% reporting, 62.1 to 37.9, 160,087 votes to 97,809 votes. Okay, moving down. Let's see. This one, I think this one flipped, guys. I don't remember, but Clark did. It's kind of a smaller one, but Warnock did quite well, 73.8% in and to 26.2%. Raw votes, 27,372 to 9,300 and I'm sorry, 9,734. Okay, coming down here. Let's see. This one, let's see. 99% in, another decent spread here, 89.1% to 10 point, almost 11%, 65,932 raw votes. Warnock to 8,036 votes. All right. Huge, huge. And this is what did it, guys. Here's what did it right here. With 74% in, 74% in. Look at the spread. Look at the spread. 90%, 90.5 to 9.5, 177,254 to 18,657. That's what did it. There's no catching up to that lead. Warnock was already in the lead, and there's no catching up. No catching up. Let's see. Let me bounce around some more. 95, 99%, 93%, 99, 90%. Okay. That's what caused the race. So let's go ahead and go back to CNN. But we know that Warnock was already ahead, and then you have this huge, huge, huge advantage. And they still have plenty of votes out there. Not even 75% of the vote is in. 74% in. And again, I want to say it again, 90.5% Warnock, 9.5 to Walker. 100 raw votes, 177,254 to 18,657. That did it. That did it. Let's see what CNN's saying. All right, guys, let's go back to CNN. Looks like someone is about ready to. Well, there's some celebrating. There's some celebrating. Let's go ahead and add CNN to the stream. Okay, guys. Copyright strike. There was some music in the background. YouTube, that is a huge no. Huge no. So we cannot play it. Once they go to a speech or something, I'll swing back around. Let's see what else. I'm gonna go back to the NBC poll. Let's look at these numbers again. Okay, so again, raw numbers here. We have 50.7 as of right now. Herschel Walker is 49.3. And if you look at the votes, 1,738,201 to 1,689,326. So that's a pretty big margin here. I want to make sure that we have a chance to look at if Walker's going to concede. I think he will. What do you guys think? You think he's going to concede? I think that he don't want to go down as a hater. I think that he realized he lost. I think they realized he lost before the end of the last day, because the last day he did not campaign very hard. He had a very light schedule. So I think he knew. I think he had a really good idea that he was not going to win, that he was going to get defeated. And he did. All right. So let's go ahead and get to MSNBC. And we're going to swing back to CNN and see what they look like. They're going to be talking about some stuff. Let's go back to CNN.
Went into the ballot. He went into the vote. And there's only one election. He went in there and didn't vote. The man, and I think he lost the election when his son, Christian Walker, did I think it was a TikTok video or Instagram talking about how his father had abandoned him, and we know there were at least 3 other children like that Herschel Walker abandoned.
Can I just say, in the birthplace of the American Civil Rights Movement, there's a reason that Raphael Warnock ended his campaign leaning into this idea that Herschel Walker was an insult to Georgia voters, but he was also talking directly to Black voters who felt that by Republicans basically picking the most popular, most well-known name of a Black Republican and putting them out. That was an insult to Black voters who expected more from their candidates. That was part of the pitch from the Warnock campaign at the end. And I think it matters because in Georgia, voting matters, especially to Black voters who fought and bled and died for the right to be able to do it. And that's why I think you saw the turnout the way that it was, and the lines as long as they were, and the turnout among Black voters for Democrats as high as it was.
Let's bring in Lieutenant Governor Jeff Duncan, who's on our panel. And Jeff, I apologize, but as a father, I find it just so appalling to see somebody behave the way that Herschel Walker did to his kids, just abandoning them, not being part of their lives, and then running as a Christian, running as an observant man. But you tell us, you went into the voting booth and you didn't vote.
Well, I just want to make sure we clear the record. I walked in the line, stood there like everybody else did, and I knew exactly what I was going to do because nobody had heard my vote. I walked in, opened up the machine, saw 2 names. Neither one of them had earned my support. Hit print and walked the empty ballot up to the scanner and walked out. It was unfortunate.
Wow, that's cold. That is cold. That's a protest vote.
So it matters to me, but it's certainly, this is part of the process, Jake. I didn't go in there lightheartedly. I didn't go in there to make a news story. I went in there to start making a difference and be bold enough to be able to look forward instead of looking backwards. And if we're Republicans and we're serious about winning the White House and winning majorities, we're going to have to look forward instead of backwards.
So you weren't going to vote for Raphael Warnock because he is a progressive Democrat, you're a conservative Republican. Why didn't you vote for Herschel Walker?
Well, yeah, I've said this along the way. He didn't earn my respect or my vote throughout the process. I mean, was it the part that he actually lived in Texas and tried to call Georgia home? Is it the fact that he never articulated a single conservative policy position, not one single one? By calling everybody a liar, or if you just add them all together, that's why I got to that point.
So obviously, Governor Brian Kemp, who was overwhelmingly reelected in November on the same ticket where neither Warnock nor Walker were able to get 50%. Obviously, he did a lot to try to help bring Walker across the finish line. The message seemed to basically be a partisan message of we need Republicans representing us in the U.S. Senate. Did that bother you? Did you think Governor Kemp was wrong to do that?
No, Governor Kemp has earned the right to endorse anybody he wants to, and certainly Governor Kemp's why this race was as close as it is, right? I mean, it's going to be within a couple of points, and I think a major part of that is Brian Kemp. But I want Republicans all over the country to look at Brian Kemp and see what he's done.
package, a keystone of President Biden's domestic agenda. Republicans have opposed the legislation all along, and Democrats are now looking at the road ahead, now that one of their own seems to be a firm no on the current package. Lisa Desjardins begins our coverage.
If I can't go home and explain it to the people of West Virginia, I can't vote for it.
The words dropped like boulders. On Fox News Sunday, Senator Joe Manchin suddenly threw President Biden's Build Back Better agenda into new turmoil. The West Virginia Democrat said the White House and others weren't doing enough to reduce or, in his mind, be honest about the ultimate cost of the bill.
We should be upfront and pick our priorities. That's the difference. And what we need to do is get our financial house in order, but be able to pay for what we do and do what we pay for.
During a radio interview today, Manchin also blamed White House staffers for the negotiations collapse.
You know me, always willing to work and listen and try. I just got to the wit's end, and they know the real reason what happened. They won't tell you, and I'm not going to because.
Wait. You
No.
say, wait. You said they know the real reason. They're not going to tell us. You're not going to tell us. What do you mean? What's the real?
Well, the bottom line is there's basically, and it's staff. It's staff driven. I understand staff. This is not the president. This is staff. And they drove some things and they put some things out that were absolutely inexcusable. They know what it is, and that's it.
This as the White House swung with its own sharp charges about Manchin. In a statement yesterday, White House spokeswoman Jen Psaki called Manchin's comments a sudden and inexplicable reversal in his position and a breach of commitments to the president and the senator's colleagues. This was Psaki today.
I can't speak for Senator Manchin on what has upset him. I'll let him speak to that himself with more specifics if he chooses to, and he may or may not choose to, and that's his prerogative.
The latest Build Back Better plan was on a historic scale, affecting millions, providing universal pre-K, lowering childcare costs, expanding healthcare, including a dramatic cut in the price of insulin, and combating climate change with large-scale tax incentives and new regulations on methane gas. With all of that on the ropes, much Democratic reaction has been furious. New York Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez took to MSNBC.
The idea that Joe Manchin says he can't explain this back home to his people is a farce.
Other statements flurried. Independent Senator Bernie Sanders wrote that Manchin should explain to West Virginians how his move might harm them. Moderate Virginia Congresswoman Abigail Spanberger called Manchin's actions unacceptable. Advocacy groups like the National Domestic Workers Alliance lamented. They called Manchin's decision a breach of commitment. But in San Francisco today, House Speaker Nancy Pelosi was more restrained and focused.
thank you for this high honor. After a hard-fought campaign, you got me for 6 more years.
All right, so looks like they're cutting into his speech, and that is a good segue for us tonight. If you are a Democrat, you had a good night. If you're a Republican, not so much. But what was nice is that both candidates kept it classy. One conceded, one was gracious in his acceptance speech. It wasn't any, fighting and bickering and crying about, something went wrong or there was fraud and nothing like that. And in today's politics, that's a win. That is definitely a win. So it's a good day. It's a good day for both parties. I want to thank you guys for joining me tonight, covering the election results. And as always, always, always remember to stay grinding.